motherfuckers on the road, where the hell they learn to drive. Jive turkeys at my job, about to get a cool, cold, mean five. Should've took the day off, might slap my boss. My own damn kids pissing me off, as if I hadn't had enough. Chipotle, fuck my goddamn order up. I'm fed up, I'm fed up, I'm fed up. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bartender, don't you see me waving you down? This guy came after me, I was here first, but you serving him rounds. No, I bought the Uber here, my friends expecting me to buy it back. Tomorrow morning, I better get a cash app, or every last one of you motherfuckers getting slapped. Bet that. Whoa, I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Woke up this morning with these thoughts in my head. The world would be better off if I just stayed my ass in bed. Whoa, I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. These motherfuckers on the road, where the hell they learn to drive. Jive turkeys at my job, about to get a cool, cold, mean five. Should've took the day off, might slap my boss. My own damn kids pissing me off, as if I hadn't had enough. Chipotle, fuck my goddamn order up. I'm fed up, I'm fed up, I'm fed up. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bartender, don't you see me waving you down? This guy came after me, I was here first, but you serving him rounds. No, I bought the Uber here, my friends expecting me to buy it back. Tomorrow morning, I better get a cash app, or every last one of you motherfuckers getting slapped. Bet that. Whoa, I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Woke up this morning with these thoughts in my head. The world would be better off if I just stayed my ass in bed. Whoa, I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, oh, oh. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, oh, oh. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, oh, oh. These motherfuckers on the road, where the hell they learn to drive? Jive turkeys at my job, about to get a cool, cold, mean five. Should've took the day off, might slap my boss. My own damn kids pissing me off, as if I hadn't had enough. Chipotle, fuck my goddamn order up. I'm fed up, I'm fed up, I'm fed up. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bartender, don't you see me waving you down? This guy came after me, I was here first, but you serving him rounds. No, I bought the Uber here, my friends expecting me to buy it back. Tomorrow morning, I better get a cash app, or every last one of you motherfuckers getting slapped. Bet that. Whoa, I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Woke up this morning with these thoughts in my head. The world would be better off if I just stayed my ass in bed. Whoa, I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits, excuse me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. The crash came when the cash came. Spend it before you get it, like those rookies all on draft day. For the love like it's match game. Hit the ground running, really do it for my last name. They act different when the facts change. I'm not with the tip for tag games. In my own league, I don't chase game. In my own league, I don't hang with lanes. I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits, excuse me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. Now how could that be? Talking about who can be talking about me. Feeling like Stretch where I got all this reach. Feeling too blessed when I step on these beats. Now how could that be? I could beat the pressure, I could beat the 2-3. Jab, jab, hook, then I duck and I weave. It was never you, it was me versus me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits, excuse me. I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me. Better up, get some, swinging for the fences, I might leave it in the sun. Every pitch a home run. Stack a couple tickets just to leave it to my son. Take it back while I be gone. Small city kid, couldn't dream a bigger one. A marathon, never run. Check the scoreboard, how I'm feeling like I won. I know I've been quiet for a minute, I've been grinding, still in it, I've been counting these digits. Excuse me, I know I've been quiet for a minute, but I'm back on my business. If you see me, don't trip, just excuse me. Wrong if I do, wrong if I don't. That's why I do me no matter what, so excuse me. Lie if I do, lie if I don't. The proof is in the story, take a seat and excuse me.
Time that I could've died. Lucky Sonny Slim got 100 lives. Knock the rings out and I'ma fit my pinky with it. Fuck a Jada Pinkett, I get jiggy with it. You with it, then we can get it going. Talking bitch shit and you just a semi-colon head of the state, and I cannot be demoted. I put his head on the stake and make him hold it to all the meter. Can't say too many ways that I need her. It's a bread on the plate, she a eater. Needs a bread on the plate for the feature. I'm a beast, look boy, I'm a creature. Ain't no money to make for me being tame. For I tell on myself I'm a plea insane. There's some folks in here with me, yo, keep it chain, and I swear they keep talking all around my head. I hear it all day. I hope nobody don't tell the end alright, cause I'm a sinner to hell and then y'all wait. Gon' probably send me to hell, I need peace sign. For my shoulder, devil's on east side. Now who's stronger, man, I'm getting deep fried. But I'm colder than a white polar until I'm over. Trying to stay woke in a high full of sleepers. I can leave earth anytime, no allegiance. Fuck all these hoes on that line too egregious. Had to be real one time for the region. I cannot get peace someday. Or just a little sleep someday. I know we gon' eat someday. And if the time divine, it won't be too late. Now it's a balance I've been trying to figure. In and out at times in my little feelings. My Valentine ain't want no dealings. And I can't blame you about that really, cause ain't too much stable going on. Ain't nobody to say you on your own. I done took out a page from Rolling Stones. Advice might short the days and write the songs. Meanwhile, I'll engage in other things, dazing off the other dreams. Another page, another ream, and I still can't explain just what I see. Maybe I went made to walk, the wings fell off, and now I'm trapped inside the thought. They birthed the flaw. Glad they brought the church to talk, cause I need something to believe in. So make me believe. They keep talking all around my head, I hear it all day. I hope nobody don't tell the end alright, cause I'm a sinner to hell and then y'all wait. Gon' probably send me to hell, I need peace sign. For my shoulder, devil's on east side. Now who's stronger, man, I'm getting deep fried. But I'm colder than a white polar until I'm over, trying to stay.
barbershop. But, I mean, we can't talk street in the barbershop. Then where can we talk street? We can't talk street nowhere else. You know, this ain't nothing but healthy conversation. That's all.
You gotta tell who the park down.
It ain't nobody exempt in the barbershop. You know that. Ain't nobody exempt. You can talk about whoever and whatever, whenever you want to in the barbershop.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
I wanna be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant. I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. Hey, give me that crown, get in my way and to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my town. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the noose it fits. I'm losing shit, a stupid myth. You choose to live or choose to dip. You choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
Yeah. There's no mercy in this world, just hunger-thirsty persons in different versions. Each new update, that shit worsens. Why? Pull back the curtain and you'll see the different vermin. We all have different burdens that all seem to cause disturbance. Yo, so do me a favor, don't treat me like a neighbor. Don't need the different flavors of your problems just to savor. I've got my own issues, I need a comb to get through. Don't need to groan with you, just go get your own tissue.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind?
All right, Meat Monster one gonna get me today. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Barbershop. Right here on the BMU Network. We are so honeymoon happy and peacock proud to be in the building again tonight. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear me well. There are no issues, no problems. All right. Let me know in the chat if you can hear me. Also, represent yourself and put yourself in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat that if you're here tonight to have this conversation, put a 1 in the chat. Oh, yeah. Hey, listen, man, before we get started, golly, somebody want to sponsor the show tonight. Curtis Moore, $49.99, $50 super chat, man. Thank you so much, my brother. He said, what up, BMU? Salute to you for the endless entertainment. Salute to our pain for dropping videos throughout the week. What are your thoughts about Dr. Umar's daughter calling out on TikTok, calling him a deadbeat dad? Woo! We're going to talk about it, man. Thank you so much. I'm going to give you a little something. Let's see what I want to do for you today. Let's see. I've got something for you. Let's see what we got. You know what? Let's get Bishop Good joining here tonight. Thank you so much for the $49.99 super chat. Here we go.
In the club, jumping up and down like it's payday. Party all
told ya, I got 2 degrees, now I'm dumb rich. This sound like some 718 shit. The living weirdo on the same shit. Gave me in, let's go violinist.
Whatever you want, whoa, whatever you need, my heart belongs to you. Oh, whatever you need, then nothing I won't do. Oh, whatever you want, oh, my heart belongs to you. Whatever you need, my heart belongs to you. Whatever you need, there's nothing I won't do. Whatever you want, my heart belongs to you.
All right, man. Thank you so much, man, for that super chat, brother. I appreciate it, man. I want to show you some extra love on tonight, man. I also want to say here, CJ Wilkins is in the building now. He say raising the survived orgasm of another man is diabolical. Can't wait. Listen, boy, you said a mouthful. Raising the survived orgasm. God damn. I never looked at it like that, bro. I never looked at it like that. Woo! Chat. Tell me what y'all think about what he just said. Let me put that back up there. Where is it at? Y'all tell me what y'all think about what he just said. Raising the survived orgasm of another man is diabolical. Dang. King Libra in the building said, salute BMU 100s. CJ came back and said, what's up, panel? How y'all feeling? Marriage, politics, and sports, the liberal victimites would ask, who doesn't feel like slapping a ninja every day? All right, CJ came back with another one. He said, waiting on this episode like a simp father waiting for his stepdaughter to not ask her biological deadbeat dad not to walk her down the aisle on her wedding day. Shit. Ooh, we got lost in translation in the building. He's healing. I sent him over a midget prostitute. We call her Halftime, and so she should have been taking care of him and getting him, nursing him back to health. Marriage and Politics said, nasty work. All right, so listen, there's some news that you can positively cannot use, and there's some news you can use. I'm going to bring up my brother from another mother tonight, R. Payne. We're going to talk about some things that's been in the news, because this is your political brother from another mother. Let me bring R. Payne up. R. Payne, what's going on, man?
What's happening? What's going on, man? What's up?
Man, nothing much, man. Champ Talks, what's going on, brother? The link is at the top. He's at the top of the chat, my brother. So R. Payne, give us some news, man. What's been going on in the news, man? I know you've been talking about the DEI. I know you've been talking about everything else. What's been going on in the news before we move forward to something else?
Well, let me take this out of my mouth.
Whoa, pause.
Well, it's a damn goddamn cough drop, okay? But you know what, man? I'm thinking about it, and I think we're gonna talk about it on Monday, man. What I found out since the address, that the Democratic Liberal Party is full of black, useful idiots. They're being used as useful idiots. Every stupid shit that they want to stand for, they put a black face to it. And you know what I'm saying? Dancing, making songs. You saw that? Did you see that goddamn fighter video where they all do like Mortal Kombat?
No.
It's just hilarious. It's just the world, man.
Yeah, it's just retarded.
I tell you what, and I watch CNN, right? And Scott Jennings is the one Republican on there, and he eats their lunch. He has a whole panel full of liberals. He's eating their lunch. CNN wouldn't have a show if it wasn't for that one conservative on the panel.
Right.
He kills them every time. It's crazy, man. I don't see how they can ever win another election. But what frightens me is that the American people sometimes turn back into idiots. And they might put, the midterms are going to be really critical.
Well, how do you think the midterms are going to go?
Well, I mean, they should go the way they Trump, not Trump, but the Republicans should keep the House and the Senate. But if they don't, all they're going to do is impeach Trump. If the Democrats get the House and the Senate back, whether they have grounds to do it or not, they're going to impeach Trump.
But okay, so let me ask you this: why is it that everybody think that Trump is doing a really, really bad job? They're talking about the eggs are still up.
That's not everybody.
The economy's still bad. But my thing is this: wasn't the economy bad 4 months ago?
Well, it's just the power
5
of
months ago?
it's the power of the 80% of the media is liberal. And they keep constantly bombarding the same bullshit. Everybody doesn't think he's doing a bad job. It's an 80-20 rule in full effect. 80% of the population, including a lot of Democrats, or a lot of liberals, think he's doing a great job. He's doing exactly what he said he was going to do, except the commentators, the talking heads, and the news media and all the Democrats are saying differently, but they're just spewing the same old nonsense. I mean, you saw it, right? Who doesn't stand up for a 13-year-old cancer surviving boy, man? It was a poignant moment. They didn't give a shit about it. We hate Trump. That little boy could eat shit and die. We hate Trump.
And I want to say this too. That was messed up, but I want to say this too because Anissa's in the chat tonight, and she's one of the biggest Trump haters around.
She's a woman.
And she doesn't want to see masculinity in the office at all. She wants to see a black woman married to a white man who is oppressed in office. That's what she wanted to see. And I think that she's butthurt because Kamala didn't win. And we told you, our pain told you, I told you, I made 130 shorts in the time that she was running for president. And I told you guys, she did not qualify. She's a DEI hire that didn't qualify. We told you this. Didn't we tell them, our pain?
Well, listen, man. The problem is the answer is yes, but whether she was a DEI hire or not, as long as she is a liberal, all the black women, most of them are liberals. Yeah. They're just liberals. How many real black conservative women do we see? And the ones we do see, people shun. Like Condoleezza Rice was a conservative black woman. She was stoic. Maybe you didn't like her politics, but she wasn't like a crazy ass hyena out there. You know what I'm saying? She didn't have a cackle. So I just say that whether she was, and it's correct, she was a DEI selection because what's his name? Biden, because Biden said so.
He said it.
He said it. Yep.
He said my running mate has to be a woman, and it has to be a woman of color.
That's right.
That's DEI hire.
That's exactly the actual definition of that shit.
Yep.
So
guys, I want to welcome you to the show right now. As we just starting to preheat the oven here. Welcome to the show tonight, guys. If you want to join the panel, please do not hesitate. The link is at the top of the chat. Come on in here, and we will definitely love to have you guys on the show with us tonight. So, our pain. So, how do you feel about the Democrats? They're all speaking the same language right now. They're all speaking the same language, and they're regurgitating everything that they hear the next person say, so on and so forth. What are your thoughts?
Well, I'm really kind of numb to those guys, man. Then they'll throw up. Remember the question that was on the floor? Is there any masculine men? Well, that's when we had to blow up on my channel. On my show. But the real point really is that they're saying the same things. After a while, you just get numb to it. Just kind of move on and focus on what's positive and what the new administration is trying to do.
Right.
And for me, which is different than a lot of black people, I'm not looking to see who is he selecting as black and all that. This is the same old thinking. that if it doesn't have a black face, it doesn't count. I don't believe in that.
Right.
If he could raise the boat, if he could raise all the ships in America, we're going to be on those ships going up if we choose to be on the right side of history. You know, so we can't fall back on the plantation because a whole bunch of hygienic women can't get past their own fucking insecurities.
Yeah,
You know?
and our just for a second, like Anissa, I want to make sure that we're touching base with our audience tonight. And so before we move into the big show, Anissa says, do you all actually know the stuff he's trying to implement?
Yes.
I don't think you all are aware of what's going on. Now, this is selling fear, right? We sell fear. But my thing is this, Anissa, can you tell me how Kamala Harris and Joe Biden signed off on $8 million to make mice transgender? How scary is that? So they're working on mice because it's the first thing they do before they do it with the first thing they do before they do it to a human, they do it to a rat or a monkey. So they were working on mice to make them transgender, make a rat. Can somebody tell me how can you spend $8 million of government funded money or your people's money, taxpayers' money, to make rats transgender? Frank, when you turn your camera on, man, I'll be able to bring you up. Just let me know when you're ready. But can y'all tell me? And this is quiet. She said, giving the billionaires and corporations a $5 trillion tax cut, and y'all black behinds around here scrounging for eggs. Listen, I don't care. Anissa, listen, let me ask you this too. Black people have been voting for a very long time. Black women have been voting for a very long time. I want you to tell me what position that we've been in where we've been number one in the last 25 years.
Last 50 years.
Hey, let's do 50. I want to see her answer. He said he must not have thought any black people were qualified. Maybe, maybe not. But he's a way better choice than Kamala Harris. Curtis Moore, thank you, man. He says for the $1.99 super chat, he says short-term pain for long-term gain. Yes. And my thing is this: when a man, a masculine man, gets in front of a TV and says, we're going to have, it's a shame that our president has to say, we're only going to have two sexes. It's a shame.
Mm-hmm.
We're so far gone, Arpain, that the president has to say, we're only going to have two sexes. Boys cannot play girl sports. What is going on? Other countries are laughing at us.
Right. I mean, you know, the funny part really is, why did it take him to run for president to say that? What happened to the rest of the men out there?
Oh,
right. Man. So once he said it on the, and here's another thing I think a lot of people forget. He said all of this shit on the campaign trail. Yep. Everybody had a choice to vote for him or against him. He didn't, none of this shit he's doing is a surprise. Maybe the way he's implementing it, people say, oh, I didn't know the medicine was going to taste that bad. But the truth of the matter is, he said everything he's doing now, he said he was going to do. And everybody who mattered vote for him. And he took the House, the Senate, the presidency, all of those districts, 85% of the districts, the whole goddamn map looks red. You know? And so people got tired of the bullshit. And here's the problem. I'm gonna say this one last thing. Here's the problem with our political system, out of many. If you, no matter what plank a Democrat or Republican has, if you put a vote in a column for a Republican, you got to take it all. Pause. If you put a plank in a vote for the Democrats, you have to take it all. The gender affirming care, the mutilation of children, the transgenders in the school, the open borders. You got to take all of that shit for voting for. Even if they had a good policy, you got to vote for all of that bullshit. Nobody wants to vote for all that shit, man. Now, I mean, here's what bothers me with the 80% of the fucking black men who still voted Democrat, right? Because if I took them side by side, let's say the brother who comes up here, I forgot his name. He's always he wanted to vote for Kamala. He's pretty intelligent. I forgot the light-skinned brother. You know what I'm talking about. He comes up on your show every so often. We had the debates, Democrat, Republican. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
Yeah, so if you had a one-on-one conversation with him, if he's for men and women's sports, he would say no. If you had a one-on-one conversation with him about losing,
Hey, honey, how you doing, sweetheart?
yeah. So he would say no. So but why would you vote for a Democrat knowing that they're for all of that dumb shit, right? Because they lost control to the far left. The far left runs the country. The Jasmine Crockett's, the AOCs, the craziest fucking women in the world are running the goddamn Democrats. I can't vote for that.
She up and down the hallways dancing and shit, and with that
Like
big old wig on. I was like, man, what's going on, man?
A useful idiot.
Yep.
Yes.
And they talked about Trump, and I'm like, what? Shit. She walking down the hallway doing all that shit, wig everywhere. I said, what's happening? What's going on? She crazy.
Can you imagine her in a position of power?
And then, man, she come on, she could be the front runner for the presidency in 28.
That's a joke. I hear you. If they do that shit, forget it.
Yep. And then and Anissa again says, and y'all not tired of that? You're not tired of getting crumbs out of this?
Come on, listen. Do you live in this world?
Anissa, keep in mind that your girl, the one that you was in love with, your girl, said they asked her specifically. Don't make me pull the video. Will you do anything to help black people? She said no. So we would have got if Trump given us crumbs, she would have gave us nothing.
Well, yeah, that's true. And the truth of the matter, here's another black person who doesn't see herself as an American.
Yeah.
If this party actually makes America better, why don't you see yourself as benefiting from that? And that's the problem. Most black people don't see themselves as Americans. They just say, if they don't have something that's coddling me, affirming my color, affirming my gender, especially black women, they want to be coddled, they want to be affirmed, and without that, they think they're not getting what they want. It's just bullshit. And they want soft men. Yep. So that they could control.
Yep. And so 7N said, black women talking points, shaking my head. America and black men are tired of the same shaming talking points. All right. Yeah. Lost in Translation said, I find it funny that the main ones asking about crumbs never lift a finger to support their own men. Woo! That boy cooking. You hear that, Anissa? Lost and lit is recovering, but he covering tonight. The boy said, I find it funny that the main ones asking about crumbs never even lift a finger to support their own men. What do you think about that, Arvin?
Well, it's true. I don't have no argument. He's right on the money. Right on the money. You disappeared. You disappeared, BMU. Anyway, yeah. So that's just another problem that we have. It's crazy. There's another black female mayor that just got kicked out of office. Don't you?
Oh, whoa! What happened? Talk to me.
Man, I think she's from the South somewhere. Small town. First black mayor.
Oh yeah, her husband got in a fight with the people, huh? Is that the one you talking about? Her husband started fighting the people?
No, he might have, but no. But she just had to step down because she started, misappropriating funds. I got to get a name. It just came out in the news. I got a whole list. I mean, they don't know how to handle power. Marilyn Mosby. I mean, if you could go down a list, I could put a list of 10 women, black women together. I mean, forget about Tiffany Henry. They said the lady who's running behind her makes Tiffany Henry look like Snow White.
Damn.
Yes.
Curtis Morris, $4.99 super chat, man. Thank you so much for that, my brother. He said Jasmine Crockett is a chameleon. She's putting on an act.
Yeah, she is. She's an elitist black woman. She comes from a well-to-do family.
Yeah. Ain't been through shit.
Ain't been through a goddamn thing.
Nothing.
Yes.
Read this, man. Read this for me.
Okay. What you do is get you a man, and his train is already moving. The foundation is already there. All you have to do is water it. What? Listen, what do you mean? All you got to do is get a man whose train is already moving. That's
a man that's established. He got everything he need. So she come in, she ain't got to do shit.
And she don't got to do shit. But why about getting on the train with a guy that you know has potential, and y'all both build together? Now she's past that prime, and she's on the other side of that, right? When you're in your 40s and 50s, you could think like that. But when you're in your 20s, what do you mean? 25 or 30, you want to get a man who's established, but you got to take all the shit that goes with it. If I'm 35 and you're 25 and we get together, you damn sure doing everything I tell you to do. I don't want to hear about none of this. You're too controlling and all that shit. You goddamn right. I'm going to be controlling. You goddamn right. Or we ain't going to be together. So you can't have it both ways.
Yep. And that's the thing. Anissa don't understand. A man always listen. He said, read my response, please. Okay. She said, this one right here. She said,
that's the one we already read.
Yeah. So what's she talking about? Read my response.
Well, I guess in the future, whatever she's going to say. But how do you respond to that? Yeah. I mean, what? If you want to wait on the finish line for a man, that's how you'll miss him. That's why the white women get them. The snow bunnies, they ain't waiting at the finish line. The smart women can spend time identifying good men, even if they don't have it all together. Well, black women are just looking at how much money he has. If he got money and he's handsome, then everything else is probably okay.
Well, Arpain, you've been in the world long enough, man. What happened to the women who didn't wait on the train to come? What happened to the women who helped lay the track?
Say that again?
What happened to the women who didn't wait for the train to come already packed with everything? What happened to the women that helped lay the track?
Well, the ones who got married, and the ones who got married and were sincere about being helpmeets, they probably are the ones who still in those 20, 30-year relationships. Because they built that shit with their husbands. They have legitimate ownership of where they are in their marriage. They ain't like a Jeff Bezos' wife divorcing him and taking $37 billion. Well, maybe she's not a good example because she did help him when he was in the mud.
Right.
So she's not a good example. But there's some other examples where we know women just got rich because they married a rich man and then divorced them when they want some other penis.
Lost in translation. He said, this attitude is the main reason why we as a group are last place, because our women are sitting around eating crab legs while other women are being nurturing to their families. Oh my God. Absolutely correct. The white woman is at home with her kids. Right. They've used, what did you call them at the beginning of the show? You said they're using the Democrats as what? Useful idiots?
Useful idiots, yes.
Yeah, I think they did the same thing to black women. They use black women as useful idiots because they started to think about it. And I'm not just saying this to see it. Right. They started the feminist movement and then they backed out of it and let the white women have it. Right. I mean, the black women have it.
Absolutely.
Right. Margaret Sanger used black pastors and preachers to start the abortions, and then they backed out of it and let them have it.
Right.
Right. So I think that even now in his presidency, think about it. At that rally, all those white women were at that rally for Kamala Harris. And they left, saw what they saw just to see celebrities. They left and voted for Trump. Because it wasn't a black woman that put Trump in office. It was the white woman that did it.
Right. Right.
So they always trap you guys. They always use you. Anissa says, that's available to me. Why would I not choose that man? Are you crazy?
Yeah, but that is not available to you though.
Yeah, exactly. When you're in your 20s, that's what you do once you're past that. You start thinking smarter. Yes, but most people don't wait till they're 65 and 70 to get married. That's just not proper. That's not the proper thing to do. Why are people waiting at 45 and 50 to get married?
Well, you know what? Listen, I mean, if we take her, and not her, but her age group, right?
Right.
One, she's not, in her age group, you're looking for a different kind of man. You're not looking for a
Right.
guy who wants a family and shit like that
Mhm.
because you can't give him one.
Right.
So, and this it's a lot of layers to this, right? A woman who's unmarried in her 50s, but she has kids, no matter whether they're illegitimate or not, her mindset is different than a woman who is 50 and doesn't have any kids. Because that woman with the illegitimate kids, no matter how she got them, she satisfied her biological imperative.
Yep.
So she could be a little bit more stuck up because she doesn't want a man for all that. She just wants a man, a little dick, a little bit of this, a little companionship. But a woman without kids in that age, if she never wanted kids, that's one thing. But a lot of women understand that they blew their window, being stuck up and bypassing the right man. And they passed their 20s, they passed their 30s, they passed half their 40s when it was still possible to have kids. And then now, they're looking back and they say, well, shit, I got this for, I might as well wait for the perfect man because if I'm gonna be alone, I'm gonna be alone.
Yep.
And I tell women, it might not be the end of the world, right? For you, I mean, it's bad. But I said, well, what about that rainy night? That night, when all your friends ain't around and you make a phone call, ain't nobody home. It's raining outside. It's thundering. You're in a house too big for you, and you're the only motherfucker in there. You're in the corner room at the top of the stairs with your door locked. You got 100 doors downstairs, 100 windows, and nobody in the house but you. And there's nothing but noise all around you in the dark.
Yep.
What the fuck, man? Who wants to live like that for years in their 60s and 70s and 80s? Get the fuck out of here, man.
Yep.
And
let's see it right here. Lost in Translation said, we kindly ask the women who have nothing to offer the group at all to kindly step aside and remain quiet. You offer nothing of value to the group. At this point, being a parasite helps nobody. And then we go to an actual woman here, Mrs. Locks to Smile. What's up, Sugarfoot? Miss Locks to Smile says, once we're in our late 30s, our same age options dwindle by 65%. Give us some statistics tonight, Miss Locks to Smile. Give us some statistics tonight. All right. She said, once we're in our late 30s, our same age options dwindle by 65%. She said, I will be eating crab legs and turks and vacation and having a good time. Yes, sir, I will. Yes, you will. And every woman around you that you didn't share or that you didn't help will suffer. So like you told us, you don't want to hear nothing in 2025 from us. I don't want to hear anything in 2025 when the men are trying to enlighten or encourage or inspire the women to be better women because you are the elder women, because you are a Christian, right? The Bible says that the elder women should teach the younger women not to be drunk with wine. That's what you're going to Turks and Caicos to do, right? It says the elder women should teach the younger women not to be drunk with wine and to serve their husbands and how to serve their men and how to behave as women. And so, Anissa, you are considered an elder.
Yeah.
Who are you teaching and who are you helping that's younger than you? That's the question.
Well,
all right?
Maybe if that attitude, don't say anything to nobody.
Lost in Translation. Lost in Translation has a message for Anissa. He said, burn your passport when you get there. He didn't want you to come back. Yeah. So, guys, if you do want to join the show tonight, guys, please go ahead and hit the link at the top of the chat. Make sure your camera's on, and we'll go ahead and let you up. We'll have a great conversation tonight. As you can see, we're talking about being a stepfather is mental illness. We're going to definitely get to that in a second. All right. So, I want to finish out with this, though. She said, just because I don't agree with you does not mean I have nothing to offer. Just so you don't like my opinion. Just say you don't like my opinion. His ghetto point of view is here. Thank you, his ghetto. And listen to you, the older you get, of course, the better your decision making and choices should be. Well said. But also, at that age, you must also realize that limits the options of men who want that prize.
Especially if he wants a family.
I got a question for you, Arpain.
Yeah.
Tell me what gets value the older it gets. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Tell me what maintains value the more it's used. Give me one item, one thing.
Wine.
Uh-uh.
Wine.
I say the keyword used.
Oh, used. Oh, okay.
It's used. Give me something that's used repeatedly that has value.
The only thing I could think of, and not much, but maybe a watch. But that's the only thing that might, right? If you have a high quality watch. But other than that, everything if it's used, the value goes down.
So how can these women are paying? Explain to me. How can these women therefore say that they have value?
Well, but you know what, BMU, they have value, but their value is not as much as a woman who has more to offer in terms of age and youth. So whatever value they have, it might be less in comparison to a younger woman who could be a full body, a full value to a man.
Mm-hmm.
So where you are in life, it does matter. I would never say like Anissa, for example. I'm not going to say she doesn't have any value. I would never say that. I would never say that. But okay. I would say that it's layers to it. It depends on what the man is looking for. If she finds a man 50 or 60 years old, he has his kids already, he might find value in a woman like her because they could just travel and fuck, drink wine and that's what he might find value in. So then she might be lucky. The point is, would he choose her as opposed to a 35-year-old?
Yep. I agree.
That's
I agree. And so she responded, she said, his ghetto, the quantity is less, but the quality is so much better. Okay. I lost in translation, said, what does she offer? I guess that's for you, Arpain.
Well, it depends on the man. It depends on what the man's looking for. And it's not for me to answer that one. I do hear what Lyd is saying, but it depends on what. That's why the choices are lessened. Most men want more. They want youth, right? And if he's still looking to have a kid, she's off the table.
Yep.
That kind of stuff. So, like I said, there's layers to it.
All right. So, Arpain, the one last thing, and then we're gonna move on. She said, "Lit, have BMU show you my ring. I got what I wanted. Thank you, Lord." She said, he said a ring, laugh out loud. Okay. His ghetto says, and listen to you, the quality is better than a woman who is younger and doesn't have much trauma and usage and hasn't given her womb to many men. Please explain how a woman is offering less but getting more. Lost in translation, bless your heart.
But she got a ring? She got engaged or something?
Yeah, that's what she said.
Hey, well, shit, man. Congratulations.
Congratulations. All right, now I got something I want to show you, Arpain, and we're gonna use this as a seed to plant in the ground for what we're about to talk about later. Here we go. So I'm gonna play this because you definitely got to tell me what you think about this. A lot of people say white men don't check their women because they just don't. They don't check them. They don't talk about this stuff online. So I want to bring this up. I want you to hear what he has to say, and I want you to tell me right after it goes off. You just jump right in. Here you go.
Yeah.
Value as a woman is less than somebody who does not have kids. If you're looking for that long-term relationship, which you've said you are, looking for a guy who's like at your age or older, the men who will be looking for what you're looking for aren't looking for you. They're looking for women who are much younger than you and who do not have kids. Do you understand that?
Well, you seem to think that every woman is exactly the same, but I'm not the same kind of person as the woman you're talking about. I don't have an IQ of 100. I'm not a moron. I'm fairly attractive. I don't think I'm going to have an issue. And what I did decide was that I would rather be by myself. My concern wasn't hypergamy. I'm going to go find someone older, wiser, smarter, better, richer, and do that. I just figured, hey, I'll just hunker down and work. At least I'll be happier by myself.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to figure out where he has an argument. If she says she'd rather be by herself as opposed to quote unquote settle, then be by yourself. But I think that's also an admission that she's not of as value for the men she wants. And if she can't get that, she'd rather be by herself. That's what that sounds like to me. I mean, her answer, and hey.
So if that was your child, what would you tell her?
Listen, if I don't know what I would tell my child. Hope they would never get into that position, right? And this one she already has a kid, right? She already has children. See, here's the thing. I think that we don't say enough, and I don't have to be right about this. Women like her who already have kids, right? One or two, no matter how they got them, they satisfied their biological imperative, right? They're not worrying about IVF. They're not worrying about growing old with their wombs closed, So when they have the kid already, in their minds, they could say, fuck it, I could still wait out getting the man I want, because now it's not because I'm looking for, that perfect husband or somebody like that, to give me kids. I already got that. So when they punch that ticket, now I would wonder if what she said would be the same. She don't look that old to me anyway. But if she didn't have any children, maybe her answer would be a little bit different as she starts hitting 38, 40, 45 with no kids. I think the dynamics are different. I really do. I really do. It'd be nice to study that. Women with children get arrogant because they have kids already. If they're not desperate for a man to take care of them, they get more arrogant because they punched the ticket already. That's why they don't have anything to offer a new man that's new. They gave the biggest gift they could possibly give to some other man that they're not with. So that they can't offer you anything unique anymore, except your own kids. But you still, in order for you to get that from them, you got to love their brood and then have a relationship with their ex-husband or ex-boyfriend. Why even take that shit on? And that's part of the conversation tonight. Shit. In order to love this woman, you have to love her kid from another man, and you have to have a relationship with that motherfucker, man. Well, I don't understand why any man would do that. It's crazy. I mean, if it's a blended family, maybe it's a little different, but as a single man, you got to be out of your goddamn mind. You got to be somewhat desperate too.
And I'm going back to trying to see what. Oh, here it is. I got to save this. CJ said earlier in the show, raising the survived orgasm of another man is diabolical. Jesus Christ, CJ, what cooking with good grease? Jesus Christ. All right, so we got another super chat. Alexis from Texas. What's going on, Sugarfoot? She says just stopping by to show love.
Alexis?
Thank you so much.
That was good.
Yeah, that was really good. I was watching. All right, thank you so much. Let's see. Curtis said they're so caught up with expressing the 1,000 options that they have, they forget to settle with the man that's truly right for her. Do you believe, Arpain, the majority of women want the man that does not want them?
Yes. Yeah, I do.
But
that doesn't mean they won't give some lesser man a baby. That's the problem. I mean, the fact is, in the meantime, while they're rejecting all the best men, they're letting anybody skeet them and have kids. So by the time they're ready to be married, 50% of black women have children when they're in that formative age. It's just crazy. It's diabolical. Diabolical.
And that's the thing. And Nissa got lucky. Do you believe Nissa got lucky?
I think Anissa was responsible. I think she's I think she's responsible. I mean, there are some who reach certain ages, don't have any kids. I think they have to be responsible. Not just luck. It's not just luck. They're responsible. I'll give her that. So when I look at my daughters, they're in their 20s. The other one just hit 30. So they no kids, no nothing, because whatever they've done, they've been responsible. Well, my youngest, I don't have to worry about her at all. But my oldest is a little bit, she's different. They're not the same kind of woman. She had a boyfriend, she had this and that. She's responsible. Because I told him, I said, you come back to me pregnant, I'm not going to blame the dude. I'll deal with him later on, but it's going to be your fault. That's your womb. You got to protect that shit. And you got to, there's mistakes you can make you can't come back from. So.
Yep. And I wanted to say this as well. I think Anissa is blessed to I guess she's to find a man at that age.
Right.
But the same way they tell us, you can't put all women in one bucket.
Yeah.
You found that man, Anissa, but there's a lot of women out here your age are never going to do that.
Mm-hmm.
They're never going to find that guy. They're never going to find that man. They're never going to. They waited too late. They played in their 20s. They manipulated in their 30s. They deceived in their 40s. And now they're saved, sanctified with the Holy Spirit in their 50s. And the men who wanted them in their 20s no longer wants them when they're 50. Am I right, Arpane, or should I not back off of that?
No, I think you're on track. I mean, she's she knows for herself that her happiness, or because the truth is she wants male companionship. That's what, even though she's contrarian with all the shit that we're talking about, it's evident that she wanted male companionship. And at her age, wanting that kind of companionship and finding a man to match what your definition of what you want, it gets rarer and rarer the older you get. Absolutely. So she's blessed, that she found somebody.
Yep, and congratulations to her. Because she came back and said most of these young girls have not been raised in a two-parent home. They have not seen their mother be wise. They have not seen their father's husband, even if they know their fathers.
That's true.
Well, and that is true, Nissa. But what we're finding out today, thank God for new technology, because today technology is exposing a lot of old hoes. Am I right, Arpane?
Yeah. I mean, I'm one of
There's
those kind of guys.
Kids finding out that their daddy is not their daddy.
Not theirs, yeah.
40-year-old people, 50-year-old people, 30-year-old people, 29-year-old people finding out that their mother was a whore. Right now, and the men have been accused of this for years. Papa was a rolling stone, wherever he laid his hat was his home. Well, we got to start doing another song. We got to make another song for the women. Mama was an old whore. She gave that pussy up from door to door. She would be in every man's face, swinging and squirming. And she'd get down on her knees and fuck an earthworm if it didn't have a warning. So we got to start talking about that as well. We got to start talking about that as well. It is so
yeah, she was, wherever he laid his hat was his home. And while he's gone, I was getting somebody else's bone. That's what the women are saying, She said,
and they didn't tell that man nothing. I think when a man go cheat and she found out, it's hurtful, it's painful. I'm not going to take that from a woman being in pain from heartbreak. However, Jesus Christ, you raise a child for 40 years, and on a 40th birthday, the baby needed blood transfusion, and you find out for 40 years, the child that you raised, help get dressed, change their diapers, was never your child. There's nothing more painful than that. I don't give a goddamn what nobody says.
Shit right there, man. It really is.
Arpane, can you imagine your daughter need a blood transfusion and say, Mr. Payne, you guys are not a match. What would you do?
Yeah. I can't imagine. Shit, I still check their noses to make sure it looks like mine.
Arpane, hold on now. Arpane, you say what now? What you say? You checking their nose? Oh shit!
And we got to just check your nose. Let's say, okay, let me see your nose. Okay, your nose looks like okay, man. That's my non-scientific test.
Hey guys, again, man, thank y'all for being here, man. If y'all want to join the show, the link is at the top of the chat, man. We'd love to have you guys on the panel. I see the prototype dad is in here, man. If you want to come up, or anybody other than you guys in the chat that want to be a part of the barbershop tonight, we'd love to have you, man. I'll drop the link again so you guys can see it. Hold on a second.
Hey,
all right, the link is right there.
Yeah, I haven't seen her in a while, man. That's nice.
Yeah, it's good to see her, man. It's good to see her for sure. That's one of the good ones right there.
Mm-hmm.
But so, Arpane, we were talking about that marriage, and Mrs. Locks and Anissa, his ghetto point of view. I want you guys to see what this young man said. because I think it's important that we understand what happened with this guy. Okay. He broke down some shit that we all need to hear, and then we're gonna get into the show for into the topic of the night. All right, let me play this for you guys. Let's see. There we go.
Percent of our sisters are not married. 29% will never get married. 63% of our brothers are not married. 30% of them will never get married. There is no culture in the history of humankind that has risen to maximize their full human potential without family at the center of their culture. This only exists. This is an interesting but negative statistic. This phenomenon of the existential crisis of our family only exists among African American black people. It does not exist on the continent or anywhere else in the diaspora. So there must be something in the water. We must fix this. It is a lot easier said than done because it is impacting our wealth. Quick statistics. For 350 years, household median income was dominated by white people. They were number one in this country. They no longer are number one, they're number three, and there's a reason for it. So, who has the highest household median wealth in America? It's East Indians, $104,000 a year. What's the marriage rate in the East Indian culture? 94%. Two are working. Who's number two? Chinese Asians. Household median income, $110,000 a year. Marriage rate close to 70%. Number three are white people. Household median income, $88,000 a year. What's the marriage rate? Almost 50%. Down significantly. Number four are Hispanics. Household median income, $61,000 a year. Marriage rate close to 70%. We are at the bottom. Household median income, $55,000 a year. Marriage rate, 34%. And projected based on facts and statistics that if we do not fix this, because white folks ain't fixing this, our marriage rate will be in the low teens in the next 20 years. We must, this is an enormous challenge. That's a whole talk by itself on how do we fix it. It can be fixed, but we have to, first of all, understand that this is a problem. No one's talking about this problem. This is a huge problem. It's the number one problem in our culture. So we must fix it.
Welcome to the show, Prototype in the building, Coach Ferg in the building.
What's happening?
Did you guys, did you watch the whole video, Coach Ferg?
I watched both videos, man.
Tell me what your thoughts are, man.
So, I mean, I was kind of talking about this earlier today. I think he's talking about old problems. It's a problem still, but I think he's talking about a problem that we're actually doing better at. Nowadays, man, black men are being way more involved with our fathers. We understand that nuclear family is the way. We're doing way more for the family, and I think nowadays, and I think it takes time for everything to kind of like smooth itself out. You know what I'm saying? There's been a lot of hurt, a lot of destruction in our community. You know what I'm saying? And it's not a quick fix. So us expecting it for it to be a quick turnaround, it ain't gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? It's just not right. Like if you've been eating bad, one workout ain't gonna make you healthy. You understand what I'm saying? So no, it ain't gonna work like that. So I think it's a problem. Like if you look at the numbers nowadays, right? If you look at the numbers even from like 2016 to 2023, single parent home rates in our community have gone down. Marriages have increased. You know what I'm saying? Millennials are really doing what they can to like change the tide, and I think it's going to keep progressing. It's a slow change for sure. You know what I'm saying? But as of right now, yeah, we're in the thick of it. We're still in the mix. We're still at the bottom, XYZ. But I think times are changing, man. You know,
So
we're blowing
now,
a horn a little
you
bit
do
too
know
late.
that you do know that this guy, like, you know, this is what he does for a living, and he just did this video. This video is not old.
He old though.
No, you can't. You know, that
He's old.
Yeah,
he's old. So he's talking from generations of what, you know, anecdotal experience and what he's seen and the crack area, and he's seen. He's so old. Or Pan, you old too, right? Y'all so old that y'all say, let me talk. Let me talk. Why you want to? You know what I'm saying? Let me call you old and be cool. Let me get it out.
I beg your pardon.
Shoot my jabs, and then you gonna get back at me, right? Because you old as dirt. But y'all so old that y'all, but y'all seen it from the worst, from the best to the worst. You know what I'm saying? Like you seen the Martin Luther King speech. You understand what I'm saying? To the point where you've seen that, to the point that we're at now. And I'm saying, yeah, it dipped down and it dipped down way low, but we on a slow climb back up. And all you can remember with your old self, R-Pain, which I'm not really talking to you, I'm talking to the guy who's in the video. All he sees is, all he remembers is what it was, opposed to how things are trending. I was born in a time where it was already bad. So I see things as, oh, things are changing, things are getting better. You understand what I'm saying? And y'all came from a time where things were better. You seen the dip down, and it's still not where y'all seen it at. So y'all know the future of where it could be, but I see how better it's become.
Can I interject real quick? Can I interject right here,
Prototype? I'm done.
No, you know, listen. I hear you, but you're making an assumption that he's not looking at new data.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter whether he's old or not. If he's looking at new data, he's talking about the data.
Look at the new data.
Hold on for a second.
Look at the new data.
Hold on. He's making an overall assumption. He didn't say that maybe it's getting better than it was in the last 2 or 3 years. That could be true too. Both what he said and the fact that it's getting better could both be true. He just talked about it's still bad.
Right, because he has in his head what it used to be.
Why do you let me finish talking?
Because he has in his head, I already addressed it. He has in his head what it used to be. He's seen better days for our community.
I was quiet while you said you had to say.
You're right. I called you old and everything.
How old he is, if he's looking at new data, he just didn't add that little piece you added. Because I don't disagree with you that it's getting better, but it's still bad. That's all I'm saying. And it has nothing to do with my age. I'm looking at the new data. That's all. And so you're right. It's going to take time. And I'm glad, as a millennial, that's what I think you are. My daughter's a millennial too. And she's talking about marriage and all that kind of stuff. And that's just encouraging, you know. So I'll land it there.
All right. Now, Coach Ferg, thank you for being here, man. What are your thoughts?
I mean, just in reference to this video, you know, as I listen to Prototype, I'm like, okay, he was born into that era. So I understand his frame of thought. And from the time of our pain and his people before him and my people, our togetherness rate was 70-75% consistently. We were the highest because, one, we were sort of subjugated into that situation, but that's okay. But still, they had some of the highest achievements of that time. They were able to build from zero. We are born into the comfort zone in a sense. You know, we don't have the work ethic that the brothers did of the time, up until the, you know, I don't know, I guess until we got welfare. It changed the dynamic, you know. But when he talked about the household income, you're talking about a home, you know, most of them are single parent led. So the household, that's the kids, everybody over 18, because there's a lot of people 17, 24 living with moms and dads, and that ain't even working. Back in the day, 15, 16, you was trying to get a job somewhere. So it's a difference, and the opportunities are even more because you can go into different lanes now. And I just don't think the young people don't take advantage of it because, like you said, you may not see the number. Look, I would take the 50% number that we had when I was a young guy. We was married at 50% average in America. I would take that 20% back. If we can see that 20% from the time that you leave, you know, and you 70 and 80, we good. We back in the middle. But I don't know, because a lot of young people are getting the messages that marriage is a bad deal. But we'll see. Get to 65 and come talk to us. Our thing, Jeff. Get to that. Then come talk to me. Then, because everything behind you is gonna be the work that y'all put in. You know, the system tore us up, man. It bought crack in on us. It strung out mamas, aunties, grandmamas, big brothers. You know, and this is where we are. So hopefully y'all can fight through it. But it ain't fighting us old guys. It ain't. It's fighting the policies and the understanding, because we smart now. So go fight that system so it can change. But maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. So.
Well, I got a super chat here. Curtis Moore 499 said, BMU looks like Dr. Umar has made a response video to his daughter. He went in. All right, man. We're gonna see about that later, brother. But I appreciate you, man. All right, so we got my boy in the building tonight. Give it up, Uncle Jeff. God damn it. Uncle Jeff, did you get a chance to see the video?
No.
I want you to see it because I want you to see it because I know you're going to break it down. This is what the video that they're talking about. So let me let you move there for you.
Percent of our sisters are not married. 29% will never get married. 63% of our brothers are not married. 30% of them will never get married. There is no culture in the history of humankind that has risen to maximize their full human potential without family at the center of their culture. This only exists. This is an interesting but negative statistic. This phenomenon of the existential crisis of our family only exists among African American black people. It does not exist on the continent or anywhere else in the diaspora. So there must be something in the water. We must fix this. It is a lot easier said than done because it is impacting our wealth. Quick statistics. For 350 years, household median income was dominated by white people. They were number one in this country. They no longer are number one, they're number three, and there's a reason for it. So, who has the highest household median wealth in America? It's East Indians, $104,000 a year. What's the marriage rate in the East Indian culture? 94%. Two are working. Who's number two? Chinese Asians. Household median income, $110,000 a year. Marriage rate close to 70%. Number three are white people. Household median income, $88,000 a year. What's the marriage rate? Almost 50%. Down significantly. Number four are Hispanics. Household median income, $61,000 a year. Marriage rate close to 70%. We are at the bottom. Household median income, $55,000 a year. Marriage rate, 34%. And projected based on facts and statistics that if we do not fix this, because white folks ain't fixing this, our marriage rate will be in the low teens in the next 20 years. This is an enormous challenge. That's a whole talk by itself on how do we fix it. It can be fixed, but we have to, first of all, understand that this is a problem. No one's talking about this problem. This is a huge problem. It's the number one problem in our culture. So we must fix it.
All right, I see you, Michelle, in the back. I need your camera to be on. I need your camera to be on. I can't let you. I can't let you be the Dark Knight. Go ahead, my brother, Uncle Jeff. Talk to me.
Hey, fellas, can y'all hear me good?
Michelle, I need you to turn your camera on if you can.
Oh, I'm coming. 1 second. I got to turn on the light. Hold on.
Okay. Yeah, bro. All right, go ahead. Uncle
Can
Jeff.
y'all hear me good?
Yes, sir. The floor is yours.
Okay, man. First off, shout out to that brother. I can't remember his name because, again, y'all know I smoke the best shit. But he was on the show with me. Shout out to a brother named Zoe Williams. Me and Zoe used to do the Zoe What Morning Show. We've had him as a guest. Where do I start? First off, where did the young buck go? because
he's still here. Prototype. He looking for you.
Proto. Yeah,
yeah. He's still in the back. He coming.
Okay, well, let me start with this. Let me start with the horrible news I have for Proto. Brother Proto, remember when you called our pain old? Well, that was a few minutes ago. Do you know what that makes you? Older, nigga. That's how that works. Unless you're planning on dropping dead sometime during this podcast, you're going to get older. That's the way that works. Old isn't the insult you think it is. And once you're wise, you'll stop using it as an insult. B, there is so much that Proto's generation has a right to be upset with us with. Y'all have heard me say it before. They watched their elders fail them in real time. They watched it. So this is why, as an elder, I lead with my flaws. I lead with the first words when I speak to young brothers is, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't smoke no crack. I didn't sell none. I didn't kill nobody. I didn't go to jail. But my generation did, and we failed you. I'm not one of the ones that failed. So maybe, just maybe, I might have some shit that works. Maybe. If I'm sitting here 60 years old with no criminal record and no bullet holes, and I don't live with my mama, and I'm not dodging the police, I might be somebody you might maybe want to talk to about a couple of things. And the brothers that makes sense to, those are the ones that I talk to. The ones that it don't, that still got sour grapes, that need somebody to just buy them a Schwinn and play catch with them, well, God bless you. With regard to what he said about marriage, brother, marriage is and the word family. Family breaks down to the Latin word famulus, which means group of workers. Y'all have heard me break that down here before. That has nothing to do with us. The math dictates that we're not going back that way. There are 2 million more black women than us, counting the niggas in Pelican Bay, Rikers Island, the sweet pickles, the mud faces, the broke niggas, the knuckle draggers, the wife beaters, all them dudes you don't want. What we gonna have to get back to, that nobody wants to talk about, is the village. And in a village, the kids don't belong to you. They belong to the village. There are more women than men in most villages. So most men are responsible for, no, not fucking on, no, not lying to, no, not pimping, responsible for more than just their wife and their daughter. We're going to have to get back to that. If we get married 1-to-1 for the next 50 years, you are condemning 17 women for every man to no man. That's mathematics. So, yes, we need to recreate our cohesiveness. Yes, we need to go back to, like I've said, black people ain't gonna work together until they're forced. And now they're being forced to work together. We don't have a choice. We don't have a choice but to live like Indian people live. I got a dude I work with right now that is a full-on sick. Dude wears a big beard, a headdress, and make long bread in his 30s, and he lived with his parents. He lived with his parents. These are also groups of people that don't kick their kids out when they're 18. Oh, you got to get out on your own now. That's some old hang lip shit of ours from the Industrial Revolution, because there are many, many black people still living in 1988, excuse me, chasing the farts of white people, and white people can't even do that shit no more. They're chasing this American dream illusion that A, was never yours, and B, was only propped up by white people until the power elite didn't need them anymore. You know, like now. This is why it's destroyed. We have to take a hard look at society. This dancing around marriage, I think, is a fallacy, gentlemen. I think this wishing for matrimony of two people to make a one house with a picket fence, that shit is gone. It's gone. And I won't have to prove it to you in about a year. You'll understand that we are going to have to go back to living communally, still in love, still in righteousness, still in truth, abandoning treating sisters like they disposable, abandoning treating brothers like they untrustworthy, because those are the two lessons that we learned. We were force-fed the fact that our sisters are disposable. I'm a big buck on this plantation, and I fuck as many women as I can get it up for to make Massa more babies so he can sell off like puppies. Do you love me, Cephas? I can't trust you because I see you fucking Sally and I see you fucking Jenny. We were taught that. It was magnified in the blaxploitation era. Go back and look at some of them pimp movies now. They don't hit the same. They don't hit the same when you look at some dude dressed up like a neon clown exploiting his women. I grew up with 3 of them in my family, pimps. So there has to be an entire rethinking of where we are, and it can't start where my man started. He started 300 years ago. I'm talking 3,000 years ago, 4,000 years ago. And that sounds like a long, oh, we was kings, we was kings, we was kings. Dudes that like to make, dear black people who like to make fun of us for referring to our not so distant past a few thousand years ago. You need to find your mother and fuck her face for teaching you wrong. Your mother was horrible. Your parents were horrible. If they have you in a place where you can ridicule black people who try to look back past this continent, but that's what we gonna have to do. And it ain't gonna be marriage. And it's not gonna be 1-to-1 because the math and the future says so. And I'll leave it there.
Well, let me pull up Miss Locke. She had a comment for you. She said, hold on.
Ooh,
She said, Uncle Jeff, yes. The statistics agree with you. We have to return to the way that worked, but they make some real time.
Mm-hmm.
But that may take some real time. I'm sorry. His ghetto point of view says Isaiah 4:1. That's your favorite one. I know it.
Yes,
I saw your head laughing. And in that day, 7 women shall take hold of one man, saying, we will eat our own bread and wear our own apparel. Only let us be called by the name to take away our reproach. Lord, have mercy. Prototype, if you're listening. So man, I want listen, Uncle Jeff, I'm glad you're here, man, because
oh yeah, a prototype. I'm your Huckleberry. Yeah, you come young ass on back up here.
I have a question though to the panel. Jeff, you explained, you know, how you sort of had people, you know, like big brothers, uncles, people in the street. What did we say about the people who had the families where almost all the women were married, you know, and they died, you know, after their husband's death? Because that's how I grew up, man. You know, my parents, you know, like I said, my father was the craziest dude I know. So, but
I'd love to answer that question.
As far as like family, you know, I had a lot of that. My mother had 6 sisters and all of them married to the death. You know, and everybody growing up after that, I guess myself, everything after me was sort of crooked in a sense, because I had sisters younger than me and they was living like the females that wasn't even, you know, out in the street to me, some of them. So it was just like I said, a different experience, but there were some examples where a family was together. I think crack era destroyed a lot. It took a lot of that 30-50% we had. It took a lot. Once I dove into it in Chicago on the west and south side, I just figured it out. Like, this has a lot to do with our issues today. Families are broken to the core. Fathers, sons, mothers, daughters. Even like you said, back in the day, there was some form of preservation of each other.
Okay. All right. I want to answer your question. Okay. First off, I was not raised by my mother. Me and my mother had the relationship of a brother and sister. It's strange because my grandparents raised me. My grandfather grew up next door to my grandmother, went off, joined the Navy, came back after World War II, dated my grandmother for 2 weeks, and they were married 46 years until the day that she died. And for the first 10 years of their, they got married to the Justice of the Peace, and for the first 10 years, he couldn't afford a ring. So I come from also groups of people who were hardworking Black Americans who made families, who served in a military, who made the system work, who made the wheels turn in this system for the power elite. That's what all those people did. In a time in the Industrial Revolution where regular people were needed, they're not anymore. They're just not, of any color. BOTS now do the JOBS. In 5 years, there will be no regular jobs. Regular niggas will be out in the middle of nowhere in beyond the Thunderdome. What is going to work is the community of village. Village. What you are talking about, the same reason. Did you know that in New York, do you know why the porches sit up so high off the ground in places back east? Horse shit. It was horse shit back in the day before the automobile. There was just horses, and the smell was horrible. Horses would die in the street, and they would have to wait for the horse to putrefy so they could pick it up and take it away.
Yep.
Do you know what stopped all that overnight? The automobile. Time changes. We're in the middle of one, and most people are trying to drive straight looking through the rearview mirror. The only way to do that is if you flip your car around and drive backwards very slow. Your granddaddy, my granddaddy, your aunties, them, my aunties, them, bruh, that went the way of the beeper. And it's not coming back. You are living in a new world. Wake up, everybody. Wake up. Dun, 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 dun. That shit is done. In the future, dear Black women under the sound of my voice, under the age of 35, if you want a Black man, you're going to have to share him. That's what the math says. And everybody wants to ignore the math. Everybody wants to climb back into pretty soon. And I agree with you, man, because I'm fucking around, but I say it, I'm gonna start saying this on stage. I'm gonna beat this system because I'm gonna buy a horse and 4 chickens, and I'm gonna be straight. Dude, that shit's done. That one-to-one marriage, you'll find some people in monogamy, but the rest of the world is not going to be able to work that way. If I'm wrong, so is Isaiah 4, bro. Me and whoever wrote that is full of shit. Me, Nostradamus, the Egyptian Book of the Dead, where most of the Bible is stolen from, all of that's wrong. No, it's not. It's just that you spent so much of your time growing up in a time that you thought would last forever, and that you didn't think you would see the dawning of the age of Aquarius, because you weren't taught that. You were taught that God is hope and Jesus is the way. No, we don't think like the wealthy. We have been taught to think like mice. This is why it is so ugly to think of a man with more than one woman. This is why it's so ugly for a working man. You a simp if you pay for pussy. Yes, because that's how poor men think. Rich men do not. There is a place for hoes. There is a place for all of this, and it is all out of place, and nature is going to put it back. And when it does, there will not, monogamy will be a thing of the past. Monogamy will be something, Coach Ferg, your great-grandchildren talk about. It's gone. Stick a fork in it. Find men who could, and this ain't every, I don't think every dude's supposed to have, I think a man should have as many women as he can be honest with.
But bro, listen, brothers ain't even having the confidence to approach women like that. It's only a select few. Brothers ain't
And
even
all of
making
those, and there you go again. And there you go again.
all of those.
All them people going into French fry grease, bro. All the soft dudes, cantankerous broads that can't be led. Women that give you word for word in the time of crisis. All these broads trying to find something funky to say about black men on social media. All these ignorant ass niggas that can't fix a flat, can't ride a bike, can't write in cursive, don't know how to get around without help, can't ride a bike without a helmet. You know what you call? You know, we had a name for them people when I was little. We called them retarded.
Yep.
Okay, all of these people you were discussing, all of these, Coach Ferg, I love you, but you remind me of another friend of mine. Shout out to Israel Mills, who is the patron saint of lost niggas. All these niggas, bruh, trumped and heated up the French fry grease. There is no more safety net. All these niggas that don't listen, all these niggas that don't know how to work together, all these niggas that love not knowing, bruh, they in the French fry grease. They will not be saved. Stop trying.
I agree with that small number.
But you don't talk about it. You only talk about the big number.
Reason why I don't talk about it because I know it's there. I know it's always there. We know why those issues hinder us going forward as a community, as a tribe, even as you say, as a tribe, as a nation, somehow. But those issues are highlighted, and we see how it's devastating. Because again, you can even recognize that there was a time that despite those issues and those things in play, people were still creating their own path, paving their own way, still making a mark. Since welfare, it changed the game. Welfare changed the game. Then on top of that, like you said, right in the height of your young career, because you made a decision like a lot of us, when we see that BS coming, we go to the military, brothers go to college. So the individual has an opportunity. From what I hear you say, that a lot of people just ain't go think forward like that and just go give up in the process. Like, let it burn. Because even if we all matched up 1-to-1, there'd still be 2 million more women. And then we got our kids. So I don't know, man. I think this is a pivotal time. Based on what you said, it's people that's paying attention. Y'all better take advantage of this time. Y'all better, because if y'all don't, 10, 12 years, when y'all start aging out, getting a little gray on y'all beards, even y'all ladies getting gray on y'all mustaches and beards and shit, y'all age out. And then you behind the 8 ball. It's over. So,
all right. So let me say this.
Well, no, before y'all go off this topic, I have a question for Jeff, though. The point you made, I'm not going to argue about any of this other stuff, but if monogamy is dead, what do you think about men going to accept their women banging out multiple men at the same time while they're banging out multiple women? And how do you get past that the possessiveness of men when it comes to the chicks?
It's very simple. It's never been difficult. Our pain. It's very simple. First off, Here's how you nip all that in the bud. Women you can fuck just like men do as long as you don't fuck bums. Checkmate. That's the issue. As long as they okay, there's not going to be any bump. Here's how it's going to work, okay? Especially cats like you. In about 2 years, it's going to be 2 women at least are paying that you're going to be responsible for that you're not fucking. I didn't say fucking. I said you're responsible for them. You'll do their bidding. And when they have a man, they will go, a suitor, they will come to me, you, Coach Ferg, and BMU with this dude. And we will decide whether she can be with him. And when we say, no, you can go with him, but now you out in the wilderness with this nigga we told you was wishy-washy before you left. That's how that's going to go. That's exactly how it's going to go. Okay. And the women who like to fuck a lot of dudes, we're going to have a place for them. They're called hoes. That's where dudes go when they just want to sow their royal oats. And that girl, we going to have them girls, especially when I'm elected emperor. Those of you who are hoes, we going to scrape that pesky uterus clean so you can get that sumbitch out there and run the miles up on it all you want without having babies. And you can fuck as many dudes as you want. And you'll make money. It's just that nobody's going to take you any more serious than that. I don't see a problem with it. Let's get started.
Yep. All right. Now I want to move on to this, Uncle Jeff. I'm glad you're here, man. The title of the show tonight is "Being a Stepfather is Mental Illness." Now, I want to start out by playing your homeboy's video. Your good friend TK Kirkland
got me started,
and TK had this to say. I have this video and I have another one with TK. But I'm gonna play this one first because this is short. Let's see, where is it? All right, I thought I had it right here. Give me just a second.
Miss Locks, the smile is exactly right. That's because y'all are receivers.
What did she say?
She said getting weenie drunk don't serve us too well, Uncle Jeff. We tend to get too involved. Yes. Yes, because women, when women say, oh, I can screw like a man do, well, she's leaving a few words out.
Yeah.
I can screw niggas that don't baby calf me.
Yeah.
The way men do. You ain't fucking 5 dudes that baby calf you, where you walk like a baby calf to go get him some water when you get finished. You are not. Stop.
Yeah. Here we go.
When you're raising another man's child, that's mental illness.
Well, how long do you have to live to feel like you have a mental illness if you try to be a stepfather to somebody's kid?
I'm glad you brought that up. Some women just have that thing about them. Yeah. You say, I'll do anything for you until you get into it. There are some disasters of people who took on that responsibility and wish they had nothing to do with it in their life. One story exactly, a point, a guy married a woman, wasn't his kid. He signed up to be the father. They got a divorce. He had to pay child support for another man's child.
But don't you know if that guy knows when he signed the birth certificate is what you mean?
He's right.
Yeah. But you know when you sign a birth certificate that could come later down the line if something were to happen, right?
I totally agree with you 100%. But
That's
most men, when they come into a relationship, think it's a great thing. They feel a certain way until all their money run out. And then you go, damn, bitch.
Okay, who going?
RP?
Well, listen, I've always said that, I think there's layers to it. A man with kids and a woman with kids, if they're going to get together, that's a little bit more. That's traumatic for some guys. But a single man with no kids, I don't understand why he would ever marry a woman with children. But it happens, and it's not, it just happens. But most guys don't really put in place the vetting process to protect themselves. I just think there's a couple of things I don't like about it, right? One, if it depends on the age of the kid, right? If the kid's out of the house, that's one thing. But if the kid's between 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, and 8, if it's a brand new baby, that's one thing. I still wouldn't do it because I had girlfriends who had kids. They were nice people. I just couldn't see us going into the future. But a couple of things turn me off. One, the kid is not mine. I want my own legacy.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't want to build a fucking relationship with the guy who was fucking the shit out of you before. And that you gave the best gift that you can give a man to this other dude. I don't want that. I don't want to inherit that. There's no woman in the world, I think, that if I did a balance, I'd rather look for my own woman as opposed to settling for a woman with somebody else's kids. That's just me. And that's exactly what I did. You know, so any other man who wants to do it, I just say, hey, listen, hopefully you vetted the situation properly. Back in my day, a lot of men were stepdads. And a lot of women, I think, were more respectful back then. But the women today, shit, man, they think they're entitled. And it's crazy. Stepfathers are getting their ass kicked all everywhere. So I don't think it's a good idea for a single man. The other thing, and I'm going to end it here. If you're a single dude, you shouldn't even fuck with baby mamas because you're leading them down a path that you're really not righteous about. I think if you just fooling around with them, they're going to catch feelings. And that's where, you know, the trauma for the women start. Because they're going to catch feelings. Because they're looking for somebody to take care of their kids. So if you're not going to marry them, don't fuck with them at all. That's my thoughts on that.
All right, Coach Bird, go ahead. And then we're going to let Uncle Jeff go last.
Yeah, I think it's more of a trauma in a sense. You know, it can be, you know, mentally draining, but a lot of guys don't have the confidence of understanding a woman when they come out, when they first start getting into relationships. There's really no confidence building prior to. Guys just hope they find somebody that like them, you know, and a guy that doesn't understand the emotional part of it, then, you know, he just caught up in the physical and he's leading with everything physical. And then, I mean, if you know that the woman has a child, and I'm sure guys are telling you, like, man, don't do it. You know, and you choose to go do it 4, 5, 10 years, but you seeing the red flags the whole way. You see the boyfriend come over and flatten your tire and all of that, man. You might have some mental anguish in the end. But I wouldn't recommend. I'm like, our pain, you know. I tell my son, like, I know you out here. You protect yourself. You become a baby daddy. You gonna have to figure it out. I ain't investing in that lifestyle. He has to figure that out for himself. And I tell him it's gonna be crazy. My last point, to somebody signing a birth certificate, I got a cousin a few years older than me. He met some little, I'm talking about, you know, I hate to say it, man. I'm talking about some little scallywag. The scallywag. He was going around talking about he got a baby on the way. Come out, baby ain't even his. Man, he signed a birth certificate. And he ain't even took his name. He ain't did nothing. He still lived with the chick. The chick done had 2 or 3 kids on that motherfucker. Right there.
Jesus Christ.
And he's 60 years old. So I look at him like, man, I just had to stop talking to him for real. I mean, I'm cool when I see him, but I couldn't even go over it no more. I'm like, come on, man. Because one day I went over there, she had left him. He was crying and shit.
Jesus Christ.
I'm like, dude, you crying over it? Then he took her back. So I'm like, man, I don't want to hear about no more woman problems for somebody like that. You get everything you deserve. I mean, you deserve everything you get. But I don't know, man. Some dudes ain't got the confidence, man. A father makes a hell of a difference in a man's confidence. And a good mother. A good mother, man, changes the game. But a lot of guys don't have that experience when they start getting out here and start having sex. We sexed out too early.
Yep.
So
I heard Faith Evans on a podcast say that dick don't do nothing for her now at this age. She says she's numb to it. She just goes through the motions. So last but not least, Uncle Jeff, what are your thoughts on TK's comments?
Number one, that dude he's talking about is me. And I don't know we're not that tight. He got me started. We used to date sisters. That's my man. But the truth is that it took me a while. The woman I married when I was young, I went looking subconsciously for a woman who had the same problems my mother had so I could fix them. And your man Trip Fontaine, shout out to that brother from tonight's conversation, talks about this, that there's no measure of how good a dude is when he gets with a horrible broad because he's going to try to fix her. No, that just says that your standards aren't high enough.
Right.
And a lot of these dudes is trying to fix their mamas. That's why this is why you can't figure that out about your boy, Bird. Take a good look. You look closely at the story of his mother and the story of him and his mother, and it will answer a lot of questions. Now, my mother had me when she was 2. My mother had me and got married again when I was 2 to a Marine.
No, it was
lost in love with my father, but she married this dude to get out of my grandmother's house.
Ooh.
So guess what I did? I joined the Marine Corps and met a girl who was trying to get out of her mama's house and had a little boy that was 2. I couldn't wait to marry her because I'm gonna be better than he was to my mother with my own life. I was trying to rewrite my mother's past with my life and not understanding that this is my slate and not understanding that I was running some subconscious programming that had nothing to do with me. A lot of dudes. Now, I love my son I adopted. I love him dearly. He's never seen his father before in his life. I'm the only father he knows. And I love him just like I love all of my sons or all of my other children. I do. But would I give any of them the advice to do what I did? No. I told them all, I'll shoot you in the foot if you try to join the Marines. Do not join the American U.S. military. It is no place for a black man because you don't know what you're fighting for. Tell me what you're fighting for. Is this country on your side that you're fighting for? No, that's not why I did it. I can't give you, and that's where we get lost, is that it is somehow dissing your mama to demand that a woman don't have kids when you meet her. No, it's not. The only person giving you advice to marry a single woman with kids and you ain't got none is your mama. Because your mama will give you advice that's good for your woman you dating that's horrible for you. Because she cannot separate herself from that woman or you. Brother R. Payne is right on the money. If you ain't got no kids, you have every right to demand that a sister don't. And I'm gonna say this and land the plane. I don't care if even if you got the same name as her baby daddy, when she was screaming it out, making that baby, she wasn't thinking about you. Think about that. Look at that baby and understand that some nigga was fucking her, it slipped out and he put it back in. She helped him put it back in and made that baby. God bless her and that baby, but that's her choice. Understand that, and I landed there.
Man, we got Mr. Bennett in the building. Mr. Bennett, did you get a chance to see the video?
I caught a bit of the, I guess the light-skinned brother talking about marriage. I didn't see any others.
Okay, here it is.
When you're raising another man's child,
That's mental illness.
Well, how long do you have to live to feel like you have a mental illness if you try to be a stepfather to somebody's
Well,
kid?
I'm glad you brought that up. Some women just have that thing about them.
Yeah.
You say, I'll do anything for you until you get into it. There are some disasters of people who took on that responsibility and wish they had nothing to do with it in their life. One story exactly, a point, a guy married a woman, wasn't his kid. He signed up to be the father. They got a divorce. He had to pay child support for another man's child.
But don't you know if that guy knows when he signed the birth certificate is what you mean?
He's right.
Yeah. But you know when you sign a birth certificate that could come later down the line if something were to happen, right?
I totally agree with you 100%. But
That's
most
different.
men, when they come into a relationship, think it's a great thing. They feel a certain way until all their money run out. And then you go, damn, bitch.
You could tell those women had kids that ain't got no husbands and shit. You know?
Dude, let me tell you something. The sisterhood of dysfunction is so damn strong that these sisters betray their sons with it. It's that strong. that they will and again, remember, the only women that women lie to more than themselves is each other. Oh my God. They will pretzel logic some shit into what their dysfunction. They will pretzel logic their dysfunction into making sense to them. And they don't give a fuck that it don't make sense to you. And I say, drop them heifers in the French fry grease.
All right, Mr. Bennett is in the building tonight, man. Welcome, Mr. Bennett, in the building.
Yes, sir.
All right,
You guys hear me?
Yes, sir. So what are your thoughts? I'm going to get to part 2 of this video in a second, but I want to know your thoughts, and then we'll move to the second half. What are your thoughts about the video you saw?
Well, I wouldn't call it mental illness. I just think it's unwise. Especially if you don't have kids of your own to sign up for that situation. I was very clear when I was dating that I did not want women with children, and certainly it cleared the field. But I was good with that because I wasn't gonna come on. I wasn't gonna come off of that. So yeah, I mean, I think men should, be able to make those demands. I don't think that's unreasonable. Now, again, if you're, and I'm specifically, I'm talking about if you're under 30 years old. Now, again, if you're in your 40s, I mean, it's likely that she may have children at that time, grown children at that time, then that's a different story. But if you're talking about children under 18 and you decide to take that on, if I had a son, I just don't think that is wise. And quite frankly, for my daughters, if they're dealing with a man who has kids, or is going through some things with the mother of his children and whatnot, I don't think that's wise either. I just think that, it took me and my wife a long time to kind of break away from some of the dysfunction that we had in our families. And one of the things that we raised our children with was that we want to break these cycles. And so to do something that is different. So yeah, start with a clean slate and build your life together without having that extra baggage. Now, another thing I say, I know, Jeff, I'm rocking with you as far as that village thing, but I still think marriage is a nucleus of it. I'm not saying I'm against it, but I think even before you get to village, I think you get to marriage. But then, because what you talk about the Asian Indians, that's what they do. Marriage is still at the center of what they do, but they live communally, especially back in India. So I still think those two can kind of cohabitate together. But but as far as this idea of being married to be an individual, yeah, that may certainly run its course. And I just think simply for just pure economic reasons, it makes sense. Get that duplex or multifamily and have everybody contribute to that versus everybody trying to have their own individual house with white picket fences. I've been trying to sell my daughters on that for a while, and I was talking to my boys about that as well, because my boy, he's got 2 sons of his own. I'm saying, look, if you guys are going to be careers or whatnot, hey, pool your resources and try to get something that you can, keep in the family as a property and pass that wealth on. So I'm still trying to convince my daughters of that, but there's definitely in that, they need to kind of live a little bit, but hopefully I'm still going to work while I have time. Hopefully I can bring the crew back together and we can talk about, let's get some property and let's get a compound versus just an individual household. So I'm still working on that.
That's good, Mr. Bennett. You said that because my house. I told my daughters the same thing. I said, listen, when me and your mom are gone, if y'all move back in here, y'all could put $100,000 in this thing, and it could be big enough for a family, for 2 families. You get married, husbands, kids, y'all can do what y'all want with it. Just don't sell the goddamn place.
Yeah.
So yeah.
All right, so here's part 2, and so let's listen to him finish out his thoughts. Here we go.
I don't know. I can't give I'm not ChatGPT and Google. I just know that life is life, and it all depends on where these things happen in your life. There's some horrible baby mothers, and men should think twice who they sleep with. It's some women that got to think twice about who they sleep with. What I have noticed in life is that most women who are successful, because there's more successful women than men, you guys make the worst decisions when it comes to relationships.
I agree.
Yeah. So your decision level on who y'all rock with is horrible. And then you grow, and then you meet a nigga who got his shit together,
right?
And you want him to take on that responsibility because you was sucking dick at the Hampton Inn, eating cheese and eggs and shit on Saturday morning. You had 2 kids, and you got a loving family. But you want this nigga, you want this grown man now because he got his life together to come in to be a father to your children. And some men will do it. I'm here to tell a man that he shouldn't do it.
He shouldn't do it.
Yeah, that's just me. I believe you want it. I'm not saying, no, I am saying have your own family. You'll feel better. If you have your own family, your own children, when you do for that child, it's meaningful. It means something. When you're raising another man's child, that's mental illness.
Have you ever tried to do that?
That's crazy.
I've done that.
Oh, you've done. Okay, speaking from experience. Okay,
yeah,
got it.
It's mental illness. It's really one of the worst things you can do.
Raising another man's child is mental illness.
It's mental illness.
Explain.
Because
please.
You're raising something that don't belong to you. That's some horrible shit to pretend. That's like a gay man who wants to be a woman, or a woman who wants to be a man. You're pretending to be something that's not natural. And nobody talks about it in our community. We men think that's what they should do. And you know what happens? Financial fucking debt. And then when your money is out, the pressure that's on you, the stress, you end up dying early. And you out of here. And don't nobody give a fuck. And the kids will love you. Yeah, if you're a good person. But there's not stress. You ever notice that you can be a stepfather and the dad, the birth father ain't shit, but they still love that motherfucker like he paid the rent.
Right.
It's still
groceries in the house. They still show love to dad.
Because that's their daddy.
Exactly.
No matter what.
Why should you go through that? Why?
He knows some shit.
You agree?
Yes.
Yeah. Why would you?
Because
you say you did it. Did you ever cut them off? Do you have, like, outside the 7 kids that you have that you created? Do you have step kids? Right now?
No.
None?
No.
So none of the 7 baby moms had kids prior to you having
Yeah.
children with them?
They did.
And did you meet the kids, interact with them, have a
we
relationship
lived in the same
with them?
house. That's what I'm saying. It still was a horrible thing to do.
Did you get attached to the kids? Though?
Yeah, horrible fucking thing to
That's
do.
wild.
Taking kids, other kids shopping and shit. That's horrible.
Yo, I'm gonna tell you. I seen some shit you said. He said if your money not right and you dating somebody who got kids and you got your own kid, he said you're gonna be at the barbershop
Showing favoritism.
and you got your favoritism.
But you should-
and you gonna say, let him get the full haircut, get him the edge up.
No, but the way it was, your money.
Get him the edge up.
I was saying, don't put yourself in a bad situation, because sometimes men think their money is really long,
Right.
and a girl gonna call you bluff.
Right.
She goes like, and let me take your kid's son with me, and you go at the barbershop and your money ain't gonna be right. And you're gonna be like, boom, get a haircut. You're like, yo, give my son a fade.
Yeah.
And just line them up.
Line them up.
Now,
Yo,
when they
that's
go
like-
back home,
Right.
it's confusion.
All right. What are your thoughts? I'll start with Mr. Bennett. You just came in, Mr. Bennett.
Yeah, it just has complications to your life, man.
Yeah, there you
I mean,
go,
if
Mr.
you have,
Bennett.
I said, if you have options now, the only thing I would say is this. Again, I don't like the tag of mental illness to this, but I would say you as a person, how do you feel about what is your self-image or what is your sense of self-worth? If you think, is this the best that I can get? I would ask myself then, why is that? Why do you think that she is, or that you cannot aim for higher, or for someone without kids? Why do you think that she has to be the one? So that could boil down to your own self-image, that the one that's over there, like I can't shoot for that. I can't shoot my shot with that one over there. So you might be feeling it in that. So I think that if that is the case, then I think that part of your self-image needs to be raised to say, look, you can have more, and you can do better.
Especially now.
But, but again, I just think that, and again, especially, and I think some of this, I think is passed down. I mean, I think Arpan used to talk about this back in the day. It was honorable that for a lot of us, a lot of our ancestors came from blended families. And so maybe some of that tradition, or so, well, I guess if we came from that, then I guess it's not necessarily a bad thing. But again, if I have like I said, if I had a son who has, again, options, I would not say to go into a situation like that with someone who has that kind of situation. I mean, why add that kind of jump to? And I've always said this, regardless, even if you have your own kids is really the game changer. When I got married, when we were dinks, right? Double income, no kids. That was easy. That was just, I mean, it was a honeymoon up to that. But kids tends to like suck all the oxygen out the room, because now it's like they're totally 100% dependent on you. Whereas when you're married, that's an interdependent situation. Kids is 100%. So that's going to put a lot of stress on your marriage and in your household regardless. But now you add an extra layer of other people. And again, and we've had shows about, how you're going to raise these kids. I remember the video we played some time back, the white stepfather got into a fight with the black father, just got out of jail and things of that. I mean, even for both of them, even for the white guy who was in the video, I'm like, why would you put yourself in that kind of situation?
Have you ever heard the song by the great poet laureate DJ Quick, "Sweet Black Pussy"? That would explain it.
But I'm saying, but there's plenty of that out there that is childless. So again, or doesn't come with that kind of background. I'm going to talk to you for a minute, or I'm going to find out, the father of your child is, on lockdown. Yeah, I may go somewhere else. Again, why add that additional burden to myself?
Well, there's an answer to that question. There's an answer. It's not as rhetorical. I know it's a great brick in the cobblestone road, but it's an answer, and it relates back to what TK said. How many of you have in your subconscious programming this record playing that's telling you got to save your mama? How many? That's a mental illness, because I did it. It took me a minute, bro. I was almost 40, driving down the street one day when it hit me. Nigga, you are trying to clean up your mama's past with your life. That's why you did it. That's the why. It's familiar. It's not, it ain't on no freak shit that you marry when they say you marry your mama. No, not on none of that. Freud was a fucking freak. I'm not talking about no Oedipus complex. I ain't talking about none of that you want to fuck your mama. I'm talking about your mother's patterns are familiar in the individual you date. And if you don't examine that, if you don't step out of yourself and look at yourself, that's why these dudes are doing this. Look at them. When you see a single dude, I say the same thing about when you critique Black women heavy. You piss off three groups of people: the Black women you talking about, the Black women who defend the Black women you talking about, and the sons of the Black women you talking about, because you are discussing something familiar to them that becomes offensive to them when you speak on it. Yes, it is a mental illness.
So would you put that in the same category as those who constantly put themselves in abusive relationships?
Sure.
But there's a pattern there, like a woman who gets into that, maybe her dad was an abuser, something like that, and you think so? You would put it in that same category?
Dude, my Uncle Jerome said it about his own daughter. You know what, Carmen? Maybe a good man ain't your type. You do look. That's why you don't get into when you see a man fighting a woman in public. Don't get in that, because that ain't the first place she got her ass whooped. They don't start with a lot of Kroger. That's not where it first starts. That's how they communicate. When he say, "I don't want no bip bop bip mayonnaise on my bip bop bip sandwich," that's exactly what the fuck his bip bop bip mean. And that ain't got nothing to do with you. That is between those two people. Yes, it is a level of dysfunction that if you can recognize it, you are to steer clear of directly. I did it, and I would not, just because I did it, just because, do you think I would give that advice to my adopted son? No. It's not good advice just because I did it. I did it trying to clean my mama's shit up. So I'm going to tell you to do it. The only people who find nobility in it are Black women who find themselves waist deep in it, and the women who are trying to pull them out. That's it. I bet you find a stable, level-headed sister with no kids that's looking for a man. You think she gonna co-sign that bullshit? Hell no. I kept my legs closed. I'm a decent person. And it's not to say that you indecent because you had a baby, but I ain't even got one. I got some low mileage, no baby pussy, and I am not gonna co-sign what this other broad is doing. Don't nobody co-sign that, but other scallywag broads giving their sons bad advice.
Well, we got Nightish in the building tonight. What's going on, my brother?
Yo,
what's going on with y'all? Hello, everybody on the panel.
What up, Nightish?
Did you get a chance to see it in the video?
No, I just popped up here when I saw you was on.
Okay, I'll play the short version of it, the short one, the serious.
When you're raising another man's child, that's mental illness.
Oh yeah, I saw this.
Do
TK,
you have to
yeah, I saw
live to feel like you have a mental illness if you try to be a stepfather to somebody's
Well,
kid?
I'm glad you brought that up. Some women just have that thing about them.
Yeah.
You say, "I'll do anything for you," until you get into it. There are some disasters of people who took on that responsibility and wish they had nothing to do with it in their life. One story point, a guy married a woman, wasn't his kid. He signed up to be the father. They got a divorce. He had to pay child support for another man's child.
But don't you know if that guy knows when he signed the birth certificate, is what you mean?
Right.
But you know when you sign a birth certificate that could come later down the line if something were to happen, right?
I totally agree with you 100%. But most men, when they come into a relationship, think it's a great thing. They feel a certain way until all their money run out. And then you go, damn, bitch.
Yeah, man. You want to hit those super chats before we get started?
Yeah. I got you.
Yeah, I saw this originally when he was on the Breakfast Club.
Let's see. I got that one already. CJ Wilkins, $2. He said, using your resources on another man's nut, the sperm, is diabolical. CJ Wilkins, $5 says, I've had a nappy dugout. That's better than the Thriller album. Oh shit. But never
That's
had
hilarious.
He said, but never had any good enough that would make me fund another man's lineage. Shaking my head. Wow. Thank you so much, brother. I appreciate you, man. Wow.
I'm gonna steal that. I don't care if your pussy better than the Thriller album.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, dude, that was great. Well, CJ, you stupid. All right, Nightish. So now that you're here, what are your thoughts, man? Do you think it's mental illness for a man to be raising another man's child?
Do I think it's a mental illness for a man to be raising another man's child?
Yes.
It takes a whole lot for you to step in them shoes. I don't know what would make you look for that, but the pickings are slim out here, right?
Yeah.
So it's probably not your first choice, but it might be some people their only choice. Now, signing birth certificates, nah. But here's where we at now. Unless they change some legislation. If somebody live in your house for more than 30 days, you got to evict them.
Yep.
If you around that child for a year, you're like, it's like a common law daddy. So just being in a relationship with her for a year, whether you sign up for it or not, that kid then became accustomed to you being there, and now you caught up in some stuff.
Yeah.
So it's and I think right now they're trying to create another baby boom because of these, low childbirths, and then they the way they have things in the news, they try to make it seem like all these kids are wayward and out of control. So they gonna either force these men to be in situations they don't want to be in, or force some people to have some children they're not ready to have, because these younger people are more educated than the people before them, and they're not trying to have no kids when we got this inflation, cost of living, and all these other things. So people not trying to even have kids. So what we gonna do with the ones that's out of control that's here already? Because we can't keep letting it go the way it's going now. Because it used to be just drill rap in Chicago. Now it's New York drill, Bay Area drill, UK drill, and the kids are running amok. They talking about taking funding away from foster homes and welfare. What you gonna do when it ain't no more government taking care of these wayward folks, and mama love a martyr?
Anybody
That's where they love you, when you a baby and when you a martyr.
Conversation, guys. So anybody that want to hop in there, go ahead.
I just had a question for Uncle Jeff. Just to clarify the dynamic that you were talking about, the village. I think I was listening earlier. You said that the children don't belong to you; they belong to the village.
Yes.
I think so. In a way, if we lived like that, in one way or another, wouldn't we be taking care of someone else's children? Or the fact that you're saying the children belong to the village and not the individual, that is essentially, that's kind of where you're going with that. We have to get away from this mentality that whoever births the children, they're children of the village, and then the men of the village are there to raise and nurture the children in the village. I just want to be clear on if I understand you correctly.
Do you understand me from here? In order for that to work, which these Europeans are in the middle of doing you the biggest favor of your civilization and breaking their culture. When I say that the children belong to the village, that's an old African principle that isn't even mine. Where when there are boys, let's just say the shit hits the fan, and all of us, I would, and by the way, even you, Proto, I would be honored to be in a council of these men right here. I have profound respect for all of you. And if our wives and daughters were together and we were in a tribe of, say, I don't know, 50, 100 people, when the sons are born, as soon as they off their mother's milk, as soon as they can walk and you can go, and they still try to do what they want to do, they come with us. Oh, that's your mama, but she's not raising you. You being raised in this den of lions, you're going to learn respect, honor, hard work, discipline, binary thinking. You're going to learn it from these men right here. And the women who are of dating age. You can go out and date men of other tribes, but before you fuck that dude, you got to bring him here so he stands court with me, Proto, Bird, Bennett, Knight, Payne, BMU, all of us. Oh, you're going to spend some time around us before we allow you to make another you, nigga. Now, if she wants to go with you despite what we say, fine. But you are no longer under our covering. You are under this niggas. And if that means the two of y'all are in the French fry grease, well, fry the fuck on. Because we told you. We told you that nigga wasn't shit. I don't believe an ain't shit nigga can get past the 7 of us. I just don't.
Okay, so what I'm kind of getting from that description, thank you for clarifying that. The issue, what I'm seeing, is not so much the men taking the responsibility to raise other men's children. It seems like the where the issue is about control of the children. So in the example that you raised, the men take authority over the boys, over the sons, and
Yes,
the women.
This is what your conundrum lies. Your conundrum lies in the construct of marriage that has never worked for Black people.
Mm-hmm.
Never. Why you think we have family cross town?
Mm-hmm.
Because that ain't in our nature, no way.
Mm-hmm.
We're not families. We're not. Family means group of workers. That's what it means. I've broken that down before.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah, that don't got nothing to do with you.
Right.
That
But I'm not looking for. I don't think I'm in a conundrum. Again, I'm really looking for. Again, I want to understand you, Christian.
Can I chime in? Can I chime in?
Yeah, go ahead. Good.
Whose life is playing? Somebody's life
Somebody's
is
background.
Somebody got something on. Hey, listen, if I could chime in just a little bit. So, Mr. Bennett, the difference is that a man who marries a woman with a single, the old-fashioned marriage, he's beholden to that woman, not the village. That's why he married her.
That's exactly what
well, hold on. So the dynamic with whatever kid she has, it's not like the village raising a kid for the village.
Right.
The village would have more say over that kid born into the village than a stepfather would ever have with a woman with another man's kid.
I'm agreeing with that. I think that's kind of where I was driving. I think I was driving to that end. It really, at the end, it comes down to control. Because you used to say back then, again, when we used to say back in the day that being a stepfather was an honorable thing 50, 60, 80 years ago, it may have been in part because, again, those men had much more authority and control over the children in their household. Whereas it seems like today they have less control, or that the system is such where they give more control to the mother. And therefore, even as a stepfather, you're told what to do, but you don't have full authority over those children.
Yeah, control is
that's exactly what it is.
It's a good answer. I mean, you're right, but it's not a complete answer. It's not just the control, right? Because control can be unemotional, right? Right? It's just control. It's more than that. If you're in control, but the control you have of a stepkid in a traditional marriage, there's also like I don't want to say spiritual, an emotional component that will never be fulfilled.
It can be
in that village, as we're raising. So I think it's not just control. It's control, yes, but it's more than that.
It depends, bro. It depends. And this is, and I'll tell you,
not in every case, Jeff. Not in every case.
And I don't think this is. That's because they're not in villages, Sean.
Yeah, the village is gone.
We're trying to do. It's coming back. Trump is helping bring it back.
John.
No, we got away from the village, chasing the farts of white people with the same energy that made us stop riding our own buses to fight to not ride the back of theirs. It's the same shit. Okay. With regard to what you feel for a child that's not yours, I can't say that. Because when I adopted my oldest son, you know who I saw in him? Myself. Because again, I was trying to rewrite my mother's past with my own life, and I didn't even know I was doing it. If that ain't mental illness, what the fuck else is it?
It seemed like it makes sense to me. When you see other Black children, you don't see yourselves in those Black boys? That's mental illness?
No. Not in the same way, brother Nidus. No, that's apples and bowling balls. I'm talking about directly, as in my mother married a Marine when I was 2. I was in the Marines and met this woman that had a child that was 2.
Oh,
that.
okay.
Like
Okay.
I was literally trying to pattern my life in the reverse to be a better stepfather than the one that my mother got for me to this child with my life.
Okay.
And
So like the butterfly effect.
Yes, sir. And that's what I think a lot of when y'all go, well, why would a dude do that? Look at his mama. Look at his mama. I'm telling you. And this is why this curse is breaking. Is because these new dudes ain't in love with their mamas. These new songwriters ain't writing what Smokey Robinson wrote. Because Smokey Robinson loved his mama. The OJs loved their mama. Bitch, I ain't fucking with you, you stupid ass bitch. I don't fuck with you. That dude don't love his mama. You know why? Because you ain't shit, because your daddy wasn't shit. That's who raised him.
And that's the village now.
Bruh, no, it's not. That's going to be dropped in the French fry grease. All that food.
Well, until then.
Oh, no, it's now, bruh. It's now. Forgive me. I said it wrong. These niggas is in the French fry grease now. The truck just turned up the heat on the grease. In the next year, they finna start frying. And in the next year and a half, you about to start living Isaiah 4.
Oh, well, so just to keep the conversation going from Prototype, you got something else on here? I mean, you've been quiet. You just popped back up. So did you hear?
Jeff's all in the fridge. You know, he's in the French fry grease, all crazy. Like, you know what I'm saying? He's serving them McDonald's fries left and right. You know what I'm saying? I hear you. I mean, I don't think it's mental illness, but you know, I think Uncle G's being a little rough on himself, saying that I get it. Like you made the mistake of, you know, the butterfly effect, and you kind of regret it. And you know, a lot of us do fall into that loop. You know what I'm saying? But I don't think it's mental illness, especially when we've been taught like that. You know what I'm saying? Be an upstanding man, a real man, going, you know, take care of somebody else's blah blah blah. You know, I get. I wouldn't call it mental illness. I would just call it some type of conditioning. Like mental illness is more along the lines of, like, you know, ADHD, you know, bipolar, that kind of stuff, right? And I don't put it along the same lines.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't think it's wise. You know, I do agree. Start your own family. Start fresh, start clean. And I will say it's probably like an insecurity thing, you know what I'm saying, for guys to, you know, take over another man's child type. Like, you know, it's kind of like, am I even worthy of starting my own family? You know, what man is starting their own family? But on the flip, if you live in cities like Pittsburgh, which is where I'm from, that's not where I live, but I mean, everybody's picked over. You know what I'm saying? There is no, you know what I mean? It is nothing new. Everybody already got a kid. Like, everybody already made their bad decisions. So, you know, what you got to fish in is what you got to fish in. You know what I'm saying? And it's either you leave, which a lot of people can't, you know what I'm saying, or are you stuck with, you know, what the fish that's in your pond.
So let me ask you, Prototype, when we say everybody, I know you don't mean everybody, but let's throw this out. And this is a stupid show, so everybody don't jump on me. I'm starting to notice more and more of the women that are on the contestant line for the Pop the Balloon show, a lot of them don't have any children. I've noticed that more and more.
It's actually kind of shocking. Yeah, a lot. So more and more. It's been no children.
Birth rates are down everywhere.
But
young dudes,
that's not necessarily a bad thing if everybody, you know what I'm saying, if we're doing it the right way. I'm okay with that.
So let me continue to pull that thread, though. If we're starting to see more and more ladies who are millennials and maybe some older Zs saying, I'm 25, 26, less than 30, I don't have any kids. Is that and looking for love because they're on the show, even if it's just for some, you know, clout. Is that is that some kind of good sign for the future for those men out there looking for a woman without no kids?
I would say, yeah.
You know, okay.
I think statistically,
Jeff think we about to die,
statistically,
so I ain't listening.
the more educated you are,
Jeff said we
as a
all about to
female,
be
the
in
less power you
One
have.
mic. Go ahead.
last
Go ahead,
chapter, so you can't
go
hear
ahead.
what Jeff about to say. You
Go
know what
ahead.
I'm saying? Fuck
Go ahead,
Jeff.
brother. Go ahead, Paul. What you got to say?
Who me?
I don't think is that what Uncle's saying? I think he's saying that. I think he's saying that, okay, the birth rates are down everywhere. This legislation is being changed. If you want to be with a woman without children, it's like now. But the thing is, to go back for a minute, those older people that people talk about, it wasn't just that the men had this control. The women and children appreciated that control. The village went along with the men. So it wasn't just like the men wanted control. The women wanted them men to have the control. They expected the fireman and the milkman and the policeman and all these men to be men. Then we got into this modern time where the village got separated. And you saw that when Ice Cube went on Fox Soul talking about us, and the women said, well, what about the women and the kids? As if the women and the kids are separate from the men.
I want to be clear about my idea about this. I think women are only loyal to their resources. Period. Point blank. Period. You know what I'm saying? And from the time they were born to even now, and that's what only thing shows. So you can't talk about what women used to do and how they appreciated men, because they appreciated men because that was their resource at the time. When they found out they can get their own resource, they stopped appreciating men because they can get their own resource. You know what I'm saying? Like, so giving women any credit at any point in time. Here's one thing I know about a woman: she is loyal to her resource from the beginning of time till now. So that's what she'll honor and that's what she'll respect.
Yeah, let me pull that. One of the things when people say that, I'm an old timer. Every single one of my aunts had their own job. They all had retirements. They were working women. You know, so when the narrative that they just married because they need, I agree with you on the resources. But they weren't destitute women waiting to be saved. They had jobs. They chipped in the money. They didn't think about 50-50. It was both of us are working, and every house, everything we had, we put it in a pot, and we built a family together. And that's what they thought about. But the narrative that the women were only with the men because there were some destitute little chimps behind McDonald's is just bullshit, man. You know? And so, so that narrative, I hear it, but it's not really true. The women today are just more fucking selfish with their money and everything else.
Yeah.
And they've been selfish. They always been selfish.
No, but it's terminal today.
Yeah. When I was younger, my aunts worked too, and they had good jobs and made good money. My uncles made more money than them, but they wasn't there for the resources because he had more resources. It just was that dynamic.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, that's how I see it. Well, okay, Jeff, go ahead, man. Get it.
Chris Rock puts it best. He says unconditional love only exists for women.
Right.
Yeah.
A man is loved on the condition that he provide something. That's the truth. Now, what we keep getting back to again is a society, this nuclear society set up by the power elite in the Industrial Revolution. That's some shit back then. Now, unless the man is balling, both people work. Unless that dude ain't no two people living with two kids in a happy house with a bus driver. That's gone. It's not fair. It's what Proto is saying is making sense, but you just got to back it down a little bit. It is not wrong for a woman in a stable society where we remember, gentlemen, most of us who are older than you, Proto, remember when you had to work hard to be a bum because jobs was every fucking where. They were everywhere. Niggas would quit job. Niggas would walk out, quit, and go get another job like that. If you was a decent man that was an able-bodied, hardworking, decent man. I'm not talking about a surgeon or a dentist no, I'm talking about a regular dude. A regular dude could get a good job with a warehouse, quit that job, and go get a good job with another fucking warehouse and drive a nice car, wear nice clothes, live in a nice area. In that time, yes. Now, name me a nigga you know that ain't balling out of control that his wife don't work. Thank you. It's not the same thing. Now, that thing that we are working in, this fishbowl we're all living in, that we're trying to pretend doesn't have any cracks in it.
No, it's got cracks like it's going out of style. You froze up though.
Yeah, you froze up a little bit.
Okay,
but no, I don't think everybody disagrees with you, Uncle Jeff. I think it was kind of. I don't think we disagree.
Okay.
I mean, you're just saying it differently than everybody because you have a
because I'm saying something different.
That's what I'm saying.
No, it's not whether you agree with me or not. I'm saying something different. You are all around the European 20th century construct watering hole of a society. And
exactly.
get away from that. It's gone.
I hear you, but for the sake of this conversation, right? For the sake of this conversation, I think you're the outlier here, right? And because I don't disagree that maybe that's the place we're going.
I usually am.
Well,
I was talking about this shit 15 years ago. Niggas told me I was crazy.
Right now,
I'll be crazy now.
Bear with me. There's a little grace that's required while we're stepping off the plantation into the new reality of life, right? We know things.
We keep stepping off of plantations, though.
I said what?
We keep stepping off plantations, though.
Well, we need to step off the one we're on. So, but I'm just using that for this particular.
Okay,
so I don't disagree with what you're saying, Jeff, and I do understand it. I'm just saying everybody ain't there yet.
Good. Because
I mean, we should be moving in that direction. But we ain't
I want
there
you to mark tonight. I'm tired.
Okay.
This is all since I was 12 years old. That Jeff Brown's a genius until you disagree with him. Then he's a fucking idiot. Listen, okay. Bruh, there is on your own spare time, go to YouTube, look up the Zoe Williams show. It's me and this dude been doing shows together since the Foxhole. We started on Jamie Foxx's network.
Y'all still have a channel there?
We don't get out that much together no more. But if you go,
it's on YouTube somewhere.
Yeah, it's on YouTube. If you put in Zoe Williams, it pops up with millions of hits. I dare you.
If you could put a link in the back chat.
I'll put a link in the back chat. I dare you. Drop the needle anywhere and see if me, him, and like that older brother that was on the show, he used to be on our show. If we were not talking about now like we were looking at it.
You talking about Bobby Clinton?
Yes. We bruh. We were talking about this shit in 2009, 10, 11.
Yeah.
So I'm telling you something now that all of y'all, we got to tiptoe into it. Okay. So 3 years from now, I want you to come back to tonight. I'm telling you, you are doing yourself. I'll say this and shut the fuck up. You are doing yourself a tremendous disservice if you are looking at the future with any of that American nuclear family bullshit in your head, because there are no more American nuclear families, nigga. That shit's gone.
Jeff, the Foxhole, then Dash Radio, then RMC, right?
No, the Foxhole, then before that, T Radio V.
T Radio V.
Then RMC.
Then RMC.
Then Dash.
Then Dash. Okay.
Are you gonna put it in the back chat? Hey, Mr. Bennett, you had something you was gonna say?
No, I'm good for right now.
All right. Okay. So here's another super chat. Feminism fooled black women into thinking Susan B. Anthony and Margaret Sanger was talking about them when they crafted the curse. Black men are just the casualty.
Yeah.
So
Susan B. Anthony with Frederick
I
Douglass
have one
and
question.
Sojourner Truth.
Wow.
And Margaret Sanger was a eugenics.
Yeah, and it's working perfectly because people are volunteering for it.
Fellas,
thanks for the $5, CJ.
real talk. Here is a show from April 9th, 2013. The subject is the Black community on life support. We've been talking about this shit for years, bro. And that's why it's almost a fucking burden to be able to talk like this. Because whenever back then, right now, I get the same pushback as if what I'm discussing isn't binarily different than what you are discussing. And it absolutely is.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. And even it's funny because I was thinking about I know a lot of guys in this space, they talk about Shahrazad Ali in that period. That was 30 something years ago. Listen, I met the woman. Literally, we brought her to Rutgers back in 1989. So I've been in the room with her and her manager. Not the nicest person, but I won't go there. All right. I'll just say this. There's one thing I'm always talking about, you know, a lot of these women in creating content, advocating for a more traditional woman and more feminine woman and things of that nature. And I was just today, I was thinking about all that drama that we went through back in '89. And I'm thinking it might have been the same thing. Doesn't mean that some of the things that she was saying wasn't true. Or that we weren't having the conversation about the dysfunction, between black men and women back then. But just the way she carried herself, I don't know if she was legit. And I'll just leave it at that. Right.
Well, the women went after her though.
What's that?
The women went after her.
Okay.
Said that the book wasn't valid because she wrote the book with her husband.
Sure. Yeah, all of that. We like I said, we were in the thick when that was going on. When we brought her to Rutgers, we almost shut it down. We had fire marshals. We were supposed to be doing it in the student center. Students, and they were sending buses, were coming into the campus from all over the state. We had to move it to the gym. And it took us, the show was like 2 hours before it started, but fire marshals were looking to shut it down. So I don't know how we got it off that night.
Yeah.
And then dealing with her, again, that was another issue. I'll just say that.
That was a heated time though, right?
What's that?
That was a heated time though, right?
Very much so.
Because right there when Shahrazad was at her peak, you had Khalid Muhammad doing his thing. You had Public Enemy with Progressor Griff doing his thing. It was a lot going on right then.
Yeah. There was a lot of, I guess, upheavals.
Yes.
That
Tawana Brawley thing was happening with Al Sharp. It was a lot going on.
Sure.
Yeah. So again, to support Uncle Jeff's point, none of this is new conversation.
Yes.
We were in classrooms in Africana studies classes talking about the breakdown, men and women getting together, women on one side of the room, brothers on the other side, going back and forth. So none of this is new conversation. So you're talking going back 30 something years.
Yes.
And we're still in this conundrum.
Yes, but at that time, I think we were a little bit more together because around about that time also, you had a lot of people wearing African medallions. You had the Cosby Show on TV. You had A Different World on TV. You had a good enrollment from black men in colleges at that time. So that was in the beginning before it happened, and it happened anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I mean, no question. I think you certainly had a population, especially in the East. So again, in the tri-state area. That's why everyone talks about ATL. That was like a boom for ATL because all these folks from the Northeast moved down to ATL and built that big, that upper middle class thing. The problem was it seemed like all the women went, but the guys didn't, because guys was talking about it was like 17-to-1 ratios down there.
Yes.
The black women to black men. So I don't think black women necessarily improved their chance of getting men down there. But so I agree, and certainly for my class coming out, I think we were all committed just through our communal organization. We weren't D9, but we had a fraternal organization, and all of us were committed to education, empowerment. All of us coming from projects or from low income or whatever. We all came from that. We got through college on EOF programs and Pell Grants. That's how we all kind of got through it, and then we built up from there. I still keep close with a lot of those brothers even today. We have reunions like every year. So, but you know. And you know, so again, it was certainly there, but I think it was when the men decided that they wanted to do better and be better and build themselves. I think that's really, just speaking from my experience in dealing with these brothers, I think that's what really made the difference for us. But like I said, but even still, a lot of those women who were there, a lot of them didn't marry. A lot of the ones who were in their pro feminist or whatever, you know, they, you know, you look at some of them now, none of them either married or they're single moms or whatever. Like that whole idea of partnering with us, we were gonna say, like, look, we gonna make ourselves better. You want to get on this train or you don't. But a lot of them who wanted to stay in that energy, saying no, it's the men's fault. All men are dogs. I mean, we were hearing that back then. That was like the trope. All men are dogs. All black men are dogs. That's all they called us, was dogs. And we out here trying to. We had such a conduct level in our organization. For example, you could not call a black woman a B word. If
Who you calling a bitch? UNITY?
Well, it began right then, though, right?
we were trying to do things differently. It's like, look, we ain't coming with this energy like that toward you. We want to treat you with respect or whatnot. Again, a lot of women appreciated it for sure. But someone was like, oh, they just doing that just to get in your panties. They're just running the game on you or whatever. It's like, okay. But that didn't change who we were. We were going to elevate ourselves and how we talk. That's why even to this day, I can't stand it when I hear brothers calling women the B word, especially casual. I mean, look, if you get into an argument, you know, it's, you know, gets disrespectful. Okay. You know, people going to throw words around, but I mean, to the effect that brothers use the term casually, that's just foreign to me, because we were like, nah, bro. If that happened, if you're in the student center or the dorm when we heard you doing that, come here, bro. We need to talk to you.
Okay.
That was just a standard that we just didn't accept.
I gotta, you brought up so much. Now there's a ton of shit I need to push back on. There's a ton. Okay, so I'm gonna do it as fast as I can. First off, I have to ask you: do bitches exist?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it's interesting because I talked about Shahrazad Ali, and you had brothers who, again, after those exchanges, words that I never thought I would hear. So absolutely, but again, it wasn't something that was used casual, because again, we were starting to hear it in the music. What was that rap song that can't remember the rap song that came out. It might have been.
It's a lot of them in that time.
But in that time, that B word was just being thrown out there, like, you know, bees and hoes, and that was just something that was just going to pop off.
I think I have solved the bitch word problem. Okay, if I'm a bitch, your mama's a bitch. A bitch is a female dog. People who have problem with the word bitch being a female dog must also have problems with the word plane, elevator, door, and gate, because those all have multiple meanings. So I think we should get away from calling women bitches. I think we should call cantankerous, evil, vindictive, gutter snipes. Let's start calling them rutabagas. Does anybody have a problem with the term rutabaga? No. Okay, that way we're not talking about a female dog. We are talking about a particular pattern of behavior. And if you exude that pattern of behavior, then you deserve to be called a rutabaga. Now, let's put that rutabaga term.
How we approach that.
Yes, let's put that rutabaga term on Shahrazad Ali, and I'll tell you why it's dangerous. It's dangerous because in order for it to stick, you have to be a one-dimensional thinker. An 8-dimensional thinker takes the truth from whoever it comes from without prejudice and does not judge the person by the truth. I don't give a damn who you, okay? Adolf Hitler is the reason you have a Volkswagen. Okay, so the let's just say that Shahrazad Ali was nothing like her persona. She was a pimp tress who was backstage heating up coat hangers and sticking it to the backs of women and making them walk the street. Fine. Was she wrong about what she had to say? Then I don't give a shit about any of that. I don't care about any. I don't care about any of the transgressions of he who speaks the truth. Once you get into that, now you start judging whose truth you're going to take, and that's when the hustling starts.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying. I mean, the fact that we're not getting this hearsay. We were face to face.
I just got through with saying she was horrible, sir. She was heating up coat hangers and sticking them to bitches' backs. Go get my money. I don't care what you have. I don't care if she murdered a goat in front of you. I don't care, because
it's
what
the
she
message,
did
right?
when they heated the mic up was told the truth and gave out prophecy. I don't give a shit about it.
It's not the messenger, right? It's the message.
Bruh. And that's where we get. Once you gotta like them, this is where you get a Jesse
We were
Jackson.
intelligent enough to recognize the message, and we never discounted. See, the problem I have is when you start to discount the message because of the messenger. We never said that. I made it very clear. We supported bringing her on. It was a fight to bring her on. We had to deal with the whole A and C, It was a struggle just to get her there.
So the first book was 89. The first book was 89 or something for the women, right? Yeah. Then shortly after that, the next book was for the men. So at first it was the women was mad at her. Then the second book, the men was mad at her. But look, what happened when that second book came out?
Guys didn't really. I don't know, with us, even if she said stuff about us or whatever, I guess we just didn't take it. It just didn't come with the same energy. I mean, you can say something to us. We don't, because again, we can recognize, is this personal or are you taking this by an emotion or whatever? I mean, just like with us on this panel, we can correct Uncle Jeff. He has the right to correct me and say, no, you out of pocket, bro.
Oh yeah, well, we used to that.
I can take and receive it.
Yes.
In the spirit that he's given it. If I say truth is truth, and brother says, you know what, you guys are right. All right, I take that one. I apologize. That doesn't necessarily happen with women all the time. It's like if it's something that's hit too close to home, it doesn't matter. You could be 100% accurate. Yeah. Even with our wives, you could be 100%.
You better put it with violins.
But if it's if she ain't receiving it, how true it come from Jesus himself. It's not going to matter.
There's not a little interpretive dance going on.
Let me just say this. It's funny that you mentioned about the wives, because tonight, right? Now, it wasn't nothing serious. I told my wife something she didn't like, right? And I was in the midst of kissing her, right? And she didn't like what I had told her because she had to do something, and she didn't like me saying it. I said, well, it doesn't matter whether you like me right now. Just give me a kiss, you know? I want you better kiss me when you bad, happy, and everything else. It's because it don't matter.
That's what it's supposed to be, sir.
You get angry hand job, so we know about you. So
that's hilarious. An angry hand job. I don't know if I want that.
Yeah, our pain.
Hey, our pain is right though. That's what it's supposed to be.
Bruh,
that's right.
I tell my wife this whenever. I go, look, the truth is, women are closer to their little girl than we are to our little boy. Because we're not allowed to revert to our little boy in a time of crisis.
True.
That's exactly where they go. So you have to figure out how to deal with the woman without breaking the girl. And what I tell my wife constantly is, I love you to death. It is my job to look death in the face and stand in front of you. That's my job. Because of that, when I tell you something that is for your own good, I don't give a fuck how you feel. I don't. Because you gonna feel you ain't, and you know what mad forever equals? Divorce. If you're gonna be mad forever, then get divorced.
Let me just say this. It was really funny how, but when I told her that, it was really funny how she melted into a smile, no matter how she felt. I said, it don't matter whether you mad at me, just give me a kiss anyway.
Yeah.
But the angry hand job, you ever had one of those? Where the woman just didn't really want to put out the full force. I said, and you said, listen, somebody's got to relieve this shit. and she'll go over and give you the angry hand job and say,
You're like, look, you're touching my dick. It's touching my dick. I don't give a fuck about your
And another thing, don't you ever do that again.
That's right. And then you come back and you say, okay, I'll give you something later on, but right now you gotta take care of this shit. Like, that's it. Yeah, man.
But I said I really wanted to clarify that. Like I said, for us at the time, and then the aftermath of that, people were coming after us. I mean, it was a whole thing. But again, we wanted to have that dialogue. We pushed forward. We wanted to have it. We wanted to use that as a platform to build something off of. And again, unfortunately, and partly she was responsible for some of that. It never kind of popped off the way we were looking to do it. But I can clearly separate the message from the messenger.
Yeah.
But without destroying the message. And I think we do that too often because you don't like somebody or whatever. You just think, okay, well, their stuff is no good. No, I say still, even especially if it's somebody you don't like.
Hey, Coach Ferg,
find the fact, see, is it truthful or is it not? I think we need to certainly grow in our thinking.
Yeah, he's over there eating.
He's chomping down, man.
He got some neck bones or something.
I mean, let me ask you this. I want to just touch back on the topic just for a second from the other point of view. And because I think we know where men stand. Most men who what they feel about single baby mamas. What's the plight? What do we think the plight is of the epidemic of single baby mothers in the Black community and for the future? What's their plight?
I don't know.
If men start to really stand 10 toes down that they want their own legacy.
Isaiah 4.
Yeah, but would that be?
But would you want them though? I mean, even if I was to use Isaiah 4, the man has to be willing to take you on. And if the guys are saying, "Look, I'm not taking you on," I don't see how even Isaiah 4 would apply. You could be throwing all the women, "Hey, we'll live under your roof" and all that, but again, will the guys be taking it? And I think a lot of guys are saying, "No, I'm not taking that."
Those people. Okay, I'll say this and shut up. All right, those people. Have you heard me talk about how cities, and they're turning into it right now, are these sprawling metropolises of convenience and opulence and beauty, and everywhere else beyond the Thunderdome, nigga. They're going to be beyond the Thunderdome. They're gonna be in the French fry grease, bruh. It's a price to pay. It's a price to pay for fucking horrible dudes.
Do you think they ready for the smoke though, Unc?
Nope. No, I don't. I think, and you know how I know that night? Because what we are still having, what you're still seeing is Black women trying to clap back on social media. And not one foul thing they have to say about Black men helps them. Not one.
Yeah.
There's not a fucking thing you can say bad about a Black man that helps you with the fact that you outnumber us by 2 million. Nothing. So what's going to happen is worthy men, the kind of man that can survive what's coming, the kind of man that has the wherewithal to provide for, feed, and protect himself and other people, he gonna have to get with other men like that. And those men, in order for that tribe or society to succeed, there is no room for scallywags.
Yeah.
We will die if we let one of you in here. So you out there in the French fry grease with that bullshit, with the weeping and gnashing of teeth, that's gonna happen. And all of the sympathy that you have for them is what I call Noah's disease. When Noah closed the ark up, for those of you who follow this, he somehow got 2 animals of every kind. Please explain where he got the koalas from. They're in Australia. Anyway, he got all these animals together and his family. And when he closed the door and it started to rain, do you know who was drowning? His friends, his loved ones, his neighbors, all begging to get on the ship. But there was no room because the Creator had ordained who was going to be on that boat. And I'm telling you, Wisdom is ordained to be on this boat as this flood starts. And
So that's only 144,000, all right?
Bruh, it probably, there you go, Knight. I didn't even want to get into that. But yep, it's probably it ain't going to be many of us, bruh, that's going to make it. Maybe not even me. It ain't. When this French fry grease shit starts up for real, now that look at these layoffs. Look at these.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
It's going to get so much harder to keep honest people honest. The most terrifying sound in the world is the sound of a hungry baby crying that's yours. Bruh, they going to be out in that shit with no man. Everybody else got their man when this shit coming. Armenians got their man. Koreans got their Amish. Everybody, every other group of people got their man. But these funky ass black women talking this shit with somebody else's baby that don't give a fuck about you. You, that baby, and him are going in the French fry grease. That's what it is, nigga. Somebody show me something else.
R. Payne, after Coach Ferg, can you pull his clip up in the back?
All right, go ahead, Coach Ferg. What you got, man? Let me see.
Yeah, man, it's a lot. You know what I'm saying? I'm just gonna keep fighting to make sure I'm one of those 100-something thousand. I'm gonna tell y'all that, right? And it's been a lot said, man. A lot of good points. I think again, this is a very unique time for brothers to correct themselves and the trajectory, even the women. Like I say, the world is coming here in 4 years, man. We got the Olympics coming. It's gonna bring a whole new life to America. America's gonna be wide open at that time, and the brothers that get it, that understand this today and move forward accordingly, they'll be okay. The ones that don't, they may have to go into Greece. Even with some of the sisters, I just hope that, in some way they got to work together in some capacity. I believe we have the wherewithal to at least correct.
We do.
So I just hope but the future's now. So
we do. But Ferg, I keep looking at you. You keep hoping over in the Grease. Hoping over in the Grease.
It sounds like
I don't care how you shape it, Ferg. This is with love. I don't care how you shape it. And here on some of that prophetic shit, bruh, you better watch yourself tiptoeing so close to the French fry grease.
I don't go to I don't put myself in a position when I'm not going to the French fry grease. Okay. I'm trying to keep you from going to the French fry grease.
No, you can't. You can't.
Because everybody that comes in my village must work. They must be doing it.
Stop it. Stop talking about your village. Stop. I love you. Stop. You are not talking about
I'll see it.
R. Payne, can you see the clip in the back?
I still don't see it yet. For some reason.
Oh, when I pull it up, it don't show up?
I see. Yeah. Wait a minute. That's
that's Uncle.
It's not the clip. Yeah, that's Uncle Jeff's clip. I guess he put that.
I got to put it back. Okay, I see.
You put it in the back chat.
But I had a question for you guys. Because again, we hear that stat that there's 2 million more women, black women, than black men. And we're about 13.7, according to the last census, 13.7% of the population. Now, overall, in the population, I think it's 49.5% men and 50.5% women overall in the country. But still, that disparity between men and women in the black community seems to be the highest that I'm seeing amongst the different racial and ethnic groups in the country. And I guess the question I'm asking is, Jeff, don't look at me like that.
I don't get it. You don't get it.
I'm asking the question. Why do you think that is? I'm legitimately asking the question.
I'll help you out.
Okay.
Okay, when you get a chance after this, go to Netflix and watch the documentary 13th. The crack epidemic. The fact that there is a preschool to prison pipeline. The fact that lead paint and horrible food is shipped into our neighborhoods. There has never been a system aimed directly in this country at anyone other than the disposable. the disposable Chinese who made the railroads, the disposable Native Americans, and your ass. The system was aimed at you. There was no system aimed at the white. That's why I don't have no sympathy for white dudes that can't make it in America. If you can't make, really? This shit was made for you, by you, and you can't make it here? I have no sympathy for white prisoners, none. This is a system that was aimed at you. That is why.
Yeah, it's a waste of white skin.
Thank you. The Planned Parenthoods, you can't find them in Brentwood. They ain't in Shaker Heights. No, they were niggas.
But hang on, but you're making that in that example you just made, that's on the class level.
No, it isn't.
I'm saying that I'm talking about the disparity between black men and black women being at 2 million.
How did that happen? Number one, Planned Parenthood. Number two, the prison to put bruh. Have you seen New Jack City?
No, I get. I'm Jeff. I'm not I'm asking a specific question. Now, as far as Planned Parenthood, now it would make more sense with Planned Parenthood if you're going to say that with intentionality.
Yeah, we think it's intentionality.
Okay.
I think it is intentionality.
It's like basically, if it's across the board, then that wouldn't work for me.
Have you ever heard of a lady by the name of Margaret Sanger?
Yes.
Yeah,
I recognize she's eugenics, but that was across the board, or was it specifically targeted?
Not.
Was it? So you're saying it was specifically targeted?
Specifically ain't, bruh.
Yes, specifically aimed for us, and then beyond Margaret Sanger, the indoctrination of people in schools, and more specifically than that, if you're talking about on these YouTube pages, you have specific black women saying, "No black boys, don't have them. Get rid of them bastards."
It took a white woman to get her off.
Jeff, cut me some slack here. You're looking at me like I'm trying to get to where you are, bro. I'm just asking.
Okay, well, here's my
as far as the eugenics, as far as the get that, to be honest, I only heard that in these streets. Who was that woman, Arpain, that content creator who was saying that that black women should abort black
It's
boys?
more than one. Cynthia G,
but who was everybody was talking about a couple, 3-4 years ago.
Well,
Cynthia G,
Forgive me, Mr. Bennett, but here's where my frustration comes from. You are a college graduate. I am working with a Chicago high school public education from the 80s and Mythbusters. And I'm trying to figure out.
Not Mythbusters.
How did I get this information and it missed you?
Yeah, but we don't have to go down that.
No, that is a very valid point.
But
there are very many successful college-educated black people who this is somehow a shock to, and I don't know how.
Yeah,
because colleges are bastions of liberalism,
brother.
Yeah, and it's some indoctrination jumping off. So, but to Jeff's point about,
I would say this before you go. I would say this, and again, a lot of the stuff that you talked about, hearing about Margaret Sanger, the prison industrial complex, all those things we knew about.
Okay.
But that being said, nobody, certainly no one in an Africana studies department that I know of, nobody looked at the specific condition of black men directly. And I think in part because a lot of the students in those classes were black women. And I don't think they necessarily wanted to present it in a way that was that targeted and that specific. It was about the collective, not so much about the individual.
But back to the prison industrial complex, and let's go back to 88, 89. The thing that happened in 88 was NWA, right? And then it's gangsterism and all this other stuff. So then you got the crack epidemic. So you got a bunch of people getting locked up, a bunch of people getting shot up, and we still going on that line. So where the men at? If they're not being deleted, they're being locked up for football numbers, which destabilizes the community and put all the power into. This is all planned. This is not. None of this is an accident.
Thank you.
So the men that Jeff is talking about, he need to have. The thing they need to do more than anything else is stay on code, and we tend to not stay on code. So that's why I wanted Arpan to play this clip right here.
Yeah, I do.
Talking about the fall of man.
Tell me about a little bit about this. Is the comedian, right?
This is a comedian telling a joke on the Joe Budden podcast. The joke is about the fall of man. All the men are going to get it. It's a woman on the podcast, and but you just let it play.
Yeah,
it's pretty self-explanatory.
Stay tuned.
I learned a lot about women. I think I learned exactly how the fall of man occurred in the Garden of Eden. Adam and Eve were in the Garden of Eden, and Adam said one day, "Wow, Eve, here we are, at one with nature, at one with God. We'll never age."
Bill Hicks.
And all our dreams come true the instant that we have them. And Eve said, "Yeah, it's just not enough, is it?"
Wow. That's not funny.
I was just waiting for more.
So that was kind of his point. That's kind of what he was saying.
I mean,
Okay.
You want to see that again or what?
No, let me put the dude here. Yes, you can watch that. Here is Bill Hicks himself. Bill Hicks was a brilliant white comedian who was years ahead of his time.
Going too soon, Jeff?
That died in the late 90s and was brilliant.
So you want to hear one more time?
Yes.
I learned a lot about women. I think I learned exactly how the fall of man occurred in the Garden of Eden. Adam and Eve were in the Garden of Eden, and Adam said one day, "Wow, Eve, here we are, at one with nature, at one with God. We'll never age, we'll never die. And all our dreams come true the instant that we have them." And Eve said, "Yeah, it's just not enough, is it?"
That's him. You hear that other guy laughing in the background? That's David Letterman.
I was just waiting for more.
So that was kind of his point. That's kind of what he was saying.
I mean,
that's Melissa Ford, man. That is so funny, man. Shit, she's just concluded.
But see, it's not Melissa Ford. That's women.
That's
I said one time to a group of women, I know exactly what women want. And they say, "What? You always want to talk about what women want." I say, I mean, I can answer it if you want me to answer.
Watch this.
What do they?
I learned a lot about women. I think I learned.
Oh man, wait a minute. Hold on for a second.
That's the same clip.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. They said, "Well, what do they want?" I said, "More." More what? I said, exactly. They don't know what it is. They just want more. They want flaming hot ice.
Who are we, women? What do we want? We don't know. When do we want it? Now.
Now.
My best friend James Hanna passed away. He was a writer for the Steve Harvey show. He said, you can take a man at 20 years old that says, in 10 years, I'm going to have these 10 things. I'm going to drive this kind of car. I'm going to make this kind of money. I'm going to live in this kind of house. I'm going to have this kind of job. He has a 10-thing list. If on his 30th birthday, he has 9 of those things, he gives himself an A.
Yes.
Now you take a woman who makes the same list of 10 things she wants at the age of 20 by 30. On her 30th birthday, she has all 10 of those things.
Something is missing.
But she look over and see a woman with something that wasn't on her list. This is not an A. This is now an F. I want that. And if that ain't the fucking truth, dude, what did Chris Rock say? He said a man
wants a woman like that.
Like that. A woman,
but the woman wants
that
him.
Man.
Yeah.
And I'll slit her throat to get him. This is why this whole thing about men cheating, 100% of straight men cheat with women. They cheat with women. So it's not It's not just us. We cheating. You know that woman got a man. You know that man got a woman, and you still fuck them. Own it. That's the problem. But that's a problem that's going to take care of itself. Because where we're going, which is what I got to give your boy Proto. I got to give his generation some credit. Is they the first ones to stand up and go, look, we seen what our mamas and aunties did to our fathers and uncles, and we're not having it. We're not marrying you. We're not accepting you with some other man kids. We know what we are. We know what we worth, and you can talk all the shit you want over there. They're the first group to do it, and I salute them for it.
And stick to it.
Yes.
And stay on code.
Yes.
I agree with that. I do see them. Yeah. That's cool. Well, we'll see where it goes. We'll see where it goes.
Where it's gonna go where the men take it. That's what I mean by stay on code. It has no other choice but to go that way. The problem is you got a lot of men that's iffy.
Oh, come on, bro.
Come on, keep going, because I was
going. Yeah. He's at the 50, the 40, the 30. Keep going.
Because that standard you was talking about is, even though you're mad, we still gonna see. We will jump into duty. We'll say love is duty and do what we're supposed to do. Whether it's sleet and snow outside, we're gonna shovel snow. The ones that don't, they're not playing the same game. So these young men that don't know how to change a tire, don't want to cut the grass, don't want to work on the roof. They say, forget the trades, forget the military, forget the STEM classes. Well, where are you going if you don't do them?
In the French fry grease.
In the grease, huh?
They're going in the grease, bro. There is no more safety net. I've said that, and to put it into biblical perspective. And again, I have no biblical verses to back this up. But then again, I don't think the stories in the Bible about God are any more valid than the ones I have. I have to believe somebody about them stories in the Bible. I can tell you stories about God. I ain't got to believe. You ain't got to believe they happen. The thing about that is we've all heard the phrase, surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Amen. We've all heard that. It is my belief that God has left his goodness on the earth, but he has taken his mercy. He will not have mercy on your dumb monkey ass no more. You want to sit around working outside of your purpose? No mercy. You want to trick off your money on bullshit? No mercy. You want to be disobedient and go out here and fuck strangers raw? No mercy. There's a new gonorrhea strain that they can't get rid of.
Yeah.
There's no more mercy.
And then the other thing is this too, because people listening the way they want to listen when they don't really listen. Listen to what we saying. It doesn't have to be 51% of women doing it, just women in general. And it's a large enough number to where it's an issue. It don't have to be 60% of the men that's doing whatever they're doing. The fact that they're doing it, and it's a lot. To me, I think that a lot of things we're talking about are minorities, but those minorities are the loud, squeaky wheel. So when they start talking about this gender stuff and people being bi-curious and whatever else, that's a minority of people. Why are they so loud? Why do they have such a big microphone? Because they pool their resources. They get lobbyists to be loud. So as Akine said a couple of days ago, we don't need everybody. They said a long time ago that all we needed was a talented 10th, but you got to follow that talented 10th. So what Jeff is saying, if you have that, you have to follow that. And if you don't follow that, then oh well.
Well, here's another thing, though. With all of that said, I agree with it. The other problem we have is there's a lot of people don't think we have any issues.
And they're delusional.
Yeah, I know. There's a lot of people, as I don't want to say especially, but there's a lot of people think everything is just hunky-dory.
There's room in the grease for them.
Yeah. I hear you.
What's wrong, brother?
I just, you know, I see the change coming. I see men starting to
Jeff
stand.
is saying get as many pieces of wings and the grease as you possibly can
Bruh.
get. You may have thought it was only 10 pieces that can fit in there, but maybe 30 pieces can fit.
Night. Have you seen this dude? Have you seen this dude that has this? It's like 10 feet long. This 10-foot long fryer that he puts all this.
Yes, and he rolls the thing down.
Yeah. These niggas finna hit the French fry grease, bro. You are not going to be able to sustain yourself, let alone a people, on this wishy-washy, unaccountable, undependable, unreliable, useful for nothing bullshit. You're not.
Because the old things worked before and they still work now. And I don't understand. And the number one thing I hear on YouTube is don't listen to these old niggas.
Okay. Don't. Please.
Y'all old as hell, man.
Well, no.
Yeah. Like Mr. Bennett just told y'all something real. I don't know if y'all heard him what he said he did in '89. Don't listen to him.
Well, you gotta ask them young dudes. They don't, and that's the thing.
I don't have to ask him nothing. Jeff say some grease is ready for him.
No, but I hear your brother say that they don't listen. But again, listen. Outside of YouTube, brothers are yearning for this information. YouTube, everybody rich, everybody in shape, everybody life is the best life it is, right? But in reality, a lot of young people are looking and honing for this type of information, especially the young men and the young women. They realize they gotten bad advice because they seeing the bad advice yelled out on YouTube in real time.
That's not the Coach Ferg. I love you, but that's just not the truth. We got bad advice. Our generation was graduate high school. This generation, we telling them if you go to college, STEM. If you don't want to do that, trades. If you don't want to do that, military, and then whatever it is to completion. And you will have a pretty okay life.
Listen, what you're saying is true. However, not enough of us are going to the ones that need it. When people come to YouTube, they've already walked the gauntlet. They've already been dragged through the mud. Somebody broke their heart at some point. A man did this, a woman did that. The ones that need it are the ones that's just stepping out 18, 19, 17. And I'm just saying from my 25 years in working, not enough brothers who are at our age are saying, let me go and try to talk to, you know what I'm saying? It ain't like you got to commit to that. But some people, some of those young guys are just waiting for somebody like somebody did in our young time to put a bug in their ear and they'll run with it. So,
Coach Ferg, I mean, here's what I was going to say.
Y'all niggas didn't play sports.
Hold on, Coach Ferg, everybody you said, I don't disagree with what you say because they want somebody they could touch in real life. I can go with you there. But all of those young cats, where do you think they spend most of their time?
With other young people,
with women too. They mamas gave
them women. I mean, where they spend most of their time on social media.
Right, but this is why again I can go back to my.
And the young kids don't spend most of their time on social media.
But they spending time. They're not talking about issues to make their lives better. They don't know that part. You as adults do. They spend their time and they get a lot. Listen, it's a lot of good information being passed around.
They're playing around with different things, but there's still time that's being spent, right?
But again,
I agree with you. They want somebody to touch in the real physical world.
No, they need somebody to just say that they despite whatever condition that we assume that we went through in our own lives, we still had something to push for. We still believe that we can make it. I don't think nobody here ever got in their head like the hell with the
was
world.
that social engineering?
It was in a capacity.
So it still is. So nowadays, a young man is going to look at the other young men. So what do they got for him? They got Kai Cenat. They got Aiden Ross. They got young people telling them some bullshit and getting them caught up in some bullshit. So as Uncle Jeff said, they got some grease ready for them.
But that's like, listen, man. One thing I know. Listen, okay. Listen, everybody. I ain't trying.
Do you
to
think they'll listen to Kai Cenat or you?
If Kai Cenat was getting the right message, but if he's playing into what we're talking about, this whole systematic suppression, and he plays into that psychological babble, like, oh, we've been depressed, but I'm sending a message to young people like shit is over.
He shut down New York talking about giving out game systems, and then he went on a big media and said, "Stop listening to these old motherfuckers."
And again, that's part of the systematic, because now that he said that, guess what the system has done? They got him in commercials. They got him making appearances. So
everywhere.
They push that on top of us, even knowing that it's an issue.
You know, one of the old people he just got through saying don't listen to an old head, Stephen A. Smith.
Yes,
we do media. We can't listen to this old head. Stephen A. Smith. He went on ABC. What's they night show? What's the man name?
Jimmy Kimmel.
Jimmy. He went on Jimmy. They put him everywhere. When they social engineer.
But that's part of the feminist engineering of us. If they continue to push that. Now, here's the thing. Despite that, there's still people who don't want to subscribe to it. They're going to be forced into it. And I'm saying,
is that the majority or the minority?
Well, it looks like
I want him to finish too.
Even it's hard to say because people are pushing it like it's the majority, but it's really the minority. But those minorities have a loud voice. And if they're allowed to continue to occupy those spaces, and all of us brothers and everybody say that I'm a good brother, then a lot of these young people are forced into this based off the lack of leadership. Without the father, whether it's in the home or a righteous man leading that young man, everything after us is gonna be worse. It's gonna be worse.
Wait. Listen, Coach Ferg, you spend a lot of time with the youth based on your job and stuff, right? You talk to them, right?
Yes.
Give me some anecdote. You have some successes, but a lot of the young people you have, they go right back to the internet and they listen to the Kais and Nas. You're fighting that battle with a enemy that has more weapons than you do, right?
Yes, they still had that. That's
right,
always.
Jeff, you go after this, man. Yeah,
listen, but what I'm saying is, like I said, I understand that everybody. It's sort of you have to sort of be in it to sort of see the point I'm coming from, because despite all of this, a lot of young people, young men and young women, we can say y'all getting fucked up advice. All the advice y'all getting is messed up, but they still want to be better despite that. And if they get to 5 or 10 years into the garbage and shit, they're not going to receive the word initially. They don't trust you. They don't know you. You can't relate to their experience. But once you get to mining it out over time, and I agree, it's not easy, but once you get to mining it out and letting them see both sides of it, they'll start making better decisions to say, okay, despite what I'm being seen over here, I want better, and I'm going to move according to what's the right way. I'm not saying everybody's going to make it, but hell, us old niggas ain't going to be able to do too much shit if we ain't got somebody young warriors over there standing with us. So I don't understand this. Like, it ain't going to happen.
Okay.
When they conquer a nation, they conquer the men first. So,
okay. I'm going to after this, Coach Ferg, with all the love, and I do respect you and I respect your heart. But after I speak this again, I promise you I won't speak on this conversation with you anymore, because you are engaging in willful obtuseness. You're willfully obtuse. Willfully. It is this simple. Have you ever heard of a brother by the name of Brother Ben X?
Yeah, I heard Ben X, yeah. Brother
Ben X is a young man that has thousands of young brothers following him. Thousands. He has no shortage. Have you ever heard of a brother named King Randall?
Never heard of him, but I've been next. I got him up in my search.
King Randall is a young brother that started a school in Atlanta with some kids that was hungry in an empty building. He didn't ask nobody for shit. He has thousands of people following him. These people you are talking about, that if we don't, you are having a great conversation for 1998. This over time you are talking about, time is over. This is it. Now you can keep tiptoeing around the French fry grease and talking about who we need to save all you want. The people who are supposed to find you are going to. The rest are not. And I don't give a shit how much you feel for them. I don't care how much. Well, they lost. Well, we need to. Brother, you don't need to do shit, but put it out where it is and let those get it, and a gang of them ain't. A gang of them. Millions of them. I am sorry, Coach Ferg. You are not going to rewrite Revelation. You're not. This is going to happen. The four horsemen, almost my turn. I think it's my turn. The four horsemen of the apocalypse are going to ride whether your ass like it or not. And all of this talk about what we have to do for these people who follow Kaiser Knight is hot fucking air. It's hot air. They are he is the Pied Piper. He is the Pied Piper of these children. Think about the Pied Piper of Hamlet and all of the children he led to ruin. You wasn't going to save a goddamn one of them kids. God, the very God you love, will change anything about a man but his will. God won't change your will. There would be no room for judgment if not. It's going to happen, Ferg. Bad news. And all them niggas you keep tiptoeing about, and every time you bring up a subject, you constantly bring up who it is we got to save, like Public Enemy just got on the radio. It is not that time, brother. And this is the last time I'm going to say it, and I'm going to find the patience. I'm going to find the patience to listen to you droll on about these people we got to save. But, brother, I come from 60th and Damon. I know what you're talking about. You are not talking about a nigga that don't know. You're not talking about a nigga that don't deal with kids. I have stood between two gang members with their guns out. Bruh, please take some time to look at the clip I put in the private chat so that you understand who you talking to. I've been in the street. I be in the street. And you know who I have found? The young people that want to listen. And I'm saying what God's saying. Fuck the rest of them.
But that's exactly my point. It's young people that want to listen. But
no, that's not your point. No, it's not.
That's what I'm saying.
No, it isn't. No,
I'm not saying the ones that don't want to go.
Do that, bro. I love
the ones that don't want to go don't want to go. But there's still young people.
Fight back, coach.
But listen, there's still a lot of young men and young women who don't know and want to listen. That's my whole point.
Okay, all right.
Some people got to go in.
You're right. I'm wrong. I don't know what I was thinking of.
Hey,
Mr. Bennett,
Mr. Bennett getting ready to cut out. And I'm going to say a couple of things. Final thoughts, Mr. Bennett, before you leave.
No, well, we've had this kind of conversation before about passing knowledge from one generation to another. And there was a gentleman who used to come on here some time ago. I think it was World Class, and I think he made a point that I agreed with. He kind of used the dynamic as like, your father is your, he's the authority, he is the protector or whatnot, and certainly you revere him, or you respect him, at least you should. But your main influence, if you have a brother, like a big brother, that is the person who you want to be. And I think the point that he was making is that we talk about OGs like ourselves trying to speak to these young people when it's the younger people, like maybe some of the people that Jeff was talking about, Ben X and these guys who are younger, who have their ear, who have their tenor. Those are the ones who need to be passing the message on. And that generally knowledge really shouldn't go past a generation. We grew up with like the Karate Kid, the idea of the 70-year-old karate master with the 14-year-old kid. But what really should be happening is if you're 70, maybe you should be talking to someone who's in his 50s. And us in our 50s, maybe we should be talking to maybe older millennials, 40, 35, 45-year-old men who, you got two kids in high school or about to go into high school, and maybe you can give them some advice because they're maybe at a more mature point in life where they may listen to you more.
Yeah.
But should we be trying to talk to these young people in the ways that just direct communication, or should there be a transfer from one to the other? Like, so if you want to talk to like 16 to 18-year-old kids, maybe a 21-year-old that's been mentored by a guy in his late 20s or early 30s, yes. Maybe that's the best way to go about it. Because again, people, they oftentimes they see themselves in someone who looks like them or is that of their generation, maybe they were supposed to be more influential. That was the only point I was trying to make.
Yeah.
So
Before you go to Mr. Bennett, since you made that point.
Go ahead, nice. Go ahead.
Yeah. Before you go though, since you made that point, I talk about Kai Cenat for a reason. There's a guy named King Randall. I think he's in Georgia. He opened up a school for boys.
Yeah, I think mentioned him, right?
He needs somebody behind him so he can have a bigger voice, so people can hear him, opposed to the Kai Cenat. It's not no hit on Kai Cenat, but Kai Cenat is pop,
Right.
whereas King Randall was talking about manhood.
That's right.
So we need somebody to get behind King Randall, and they choose to not get behind King Randall. They choose to get behind this Kai Cenat.
But let me add this though, 90s, before we go on, Mr. Bennett gotta go. One of the things we have to ferret out is that we need to be looking for the guys who are moving towards the information. Right? There's young guys who want to get out, and they're looking for the information. And when you find somebody who wants to be a student, then you could become a teacher. Right? And they have that saying, right? So one of the things is you could throw your net out there and try to ferret out the few people that might listen to you. But the ones who want to win will be walking towards the knowledge. And nobody can say today, and I'm not just talking to you, Mr. Bennett, nobody can say today that the knowledge is not at their fingertips. You want to know how to succeed, it's right in front of you.
No, I think it's information overload. You need somebody to guide you in the right direction.
Well, you'll be looking for people to guide you. I'm not saying you're going to figure it out by yourself. You can find the wisdom, right? You can find people with wisdom, right? But on the search. Hey, listen, I like what this guy writes in his book. I like what this person says, and you can follow them and see if you could pick up some nuggets. But if you have to go out in the street and try to find somebody who want to hear your word, you're going to spend most of your time separating the wheat from the chaff. That's what I think.
Or another way of looking at it, another point I made is that maybe, and I think I talked to you about this directly, Arpain, that maybe at our ages, maybe it's almost like we want to be the director still. And maybe it's at the time but there's a role for the executive producer.
Okay.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? It's like, find the voices, like the guys who are out there doing the work. They just back them and let them cook. I mean, but we still trying to be out there, still trying to do stuff, but it might be better that we get behind, because if you look at the revolutionaries that certainly in this country that we've seen, this is a young person's game.
So we as older people, should we be pointing out Brother Ben X, 19 keys, RZA
I would say not only
Islam,
point them, not only point them out, but actually support their cause with some dollars, with some investment, with some the resources where they can grow their platform even bigger.
I talk about King Randall up here on this. I did a live with that guy. Not a live, but I did a stream on here, one of my Monday shows.
Yeah,
go ahead. What you gonna say, Jeff? What do you got?
I am trying so hard.
Breathe, brother. Well, we'll try to catch up with you. Breathe.
I'm trying not to pop my collar.
Yeah, don't do that, man. Let's go.
I have a picture. Into my wall. No, I have a picture of me, Tariq Nasheed, Zoe Williams, DeJuan Brown, and the four of us are at Riza Islam's wedding. I am telling you that the five of us constantly, bruh, until I moved out of this house, it started with my daughter at 16 with her boyfriend that was 17. In less than 1 month, I had 20 kids in my backyard chopping it up. I can't say that maybe we need to put a gap. No, we need to find, and we don't even need to find. They will find you. This is the first generation of young people to disavow everything that came before it. Surgeons don't do it. Generals don't do it. Pilots don't do it. You know, people who need information that has been tried and true. They don't, the carpenters don't do it, electricians, plumbers. Nobody but this group of people is doing it, with the exception of the people who want it. All this, well, we got to go look. No, it's too late. I'm not looking for a motherfucker. I'm going to open my mouth, and those who will receive it will come to it. It is not time for that. And it's bullshit to say that because you're a certain age, you can't speak to a certain age. I'm sorry. I've seen it too often. I've seen Reza Islam, Tariq Nasheed can't walk down the street in LA. He can't. And when Tariq Nasheed get out his car, he got to go in where he going and get back in his car. Because if he stop, a flock of youngsters will get around him. So all of this, well, maybe that ain't why they're listening. And this ain't, they are not listening because they're not fucking listening. And that's it. The problem is to say that the number of those who are listening doesn't exist, because I invite you to go to a young Muslim mosque. Reza Islam is my man. If you go to my channel, the first video that pops up is Reza Islam on my show. That's my dude. That dude got bow ties around him everywhere he go, and they ain't 60. There are young people who are listening. You keep focusing, and we keep focusing on the lost. I say to you right now, and I hope some of them are watching, fuck the lost. You know why I say fuck the lost? Because God says fuck the lost at some point. He said it in Sodom and Gomorrah. He said it when he flooded the earth. The rainbow is supposed to be the promise that the next time the earth will be destroyed by fire. And who is he talking about? But fuck the lost. And y'all are trying to find them. You are working against God. God ain't even saying this shit you niggas saying. And I don't understand it. And a hush fell over the fucking room. No shit. God said fuck the lost, not me.
Good, Mr. Bennett.
No, I'm saying I'm giving him the respect for him to make his point. I'm not going to interject on it.
Oh, I'm done. The floor is yours.
All right, and I respect your point of view. We don't have a beef.
Yeah.
But to the point you're making, Reza Islam. I mean, I'm looking at a picture of the guy. He's a young, handsome, charismatic gentleman.
He's the return of Malcolm X, bro.
Okay. And Malcolm X was a relatively young man in his time.
Dr. King, young.
That's my point. That if you look at Malcolm, if you look at these individuals who did this stuff, these were young men. These weren't 80-year-old men. Elijah knew how to employ Malcolm to do a lot of that work that he did to build a nation. So that's all I'm saying.
Elijah wasn't young though.
But he
wasn't.
He
knew how to build a team of people who can go and do.
No, I understand. I understand what you're saying.
That's all I'm saying. You're not saying anything that I wasn't trying to say.
But no. But see, I understand exactly what you're saying. Master Farad wasn't young. Elijah wasn't young, and Farrakhan is 80.
Have you been to a Savior's Day? That ain't a bunch of old people sitting in there. Now I'm about to tell them
there wasn't. I listen.
I understand.
I don't understand I get your point. I kind of don't get your point because I don't think we were that far off in saying the same thing.
Right. In 89, Farrakhan was 50. Young people was listening to him.
That's what I'm saying. I'm saying, okay, yes.
In 89, I believe Farrakhan was 50, 55. Young people was listening to him.
Yeah, but he also had a crew because, again, we had NOI members in our organization. So, again, he knew how to employ it in a lot of those local mosques that were in our area.
No, I can respect that. I'm just saying that back in 89,
a lot of that footwork and groundwork.
I respect what you're saying, but in 89, when I was 19,
I don't understand why we have to be in this space.
No. What I'm saying
What?
is that I hear what you're saying, but in '89, Farrakhan was probably 55. Kala was probably 40 something. I was 19. I listened to them. A lot of people listened to them in '89 that was in their teens. And they were in their 40s and 50s.
And that dynamic still exists. I think this is the disconnect, and maybe I got it wrong. But
all I'm saying is this: those, like I said, when we were at college, we had NOI members in and around our organization, young guys in their 20s and in their 30s. Yes, you might have listened to back then we had cassettes and tapes because we weren't doing stuff live. So we got a video cassette of the minister or whoever was speaking. But who was actually the guys who we saw? And some guys chose to emulate that. Some of us weren't. But again, we could at least respect, those guys put vision or little to what was being said. It wasn't just somebody in the ether just speaking. And I'm saying when your message lines up with the character of the gentleman that you're producing, it's those brothers says, I want to be, not because of necessarily what Farrakhan is necessarily saying, is because of the brothers that were being produced and how they carried themselves. So like I said, a lot of times it's like, if he's going to be in my model, if he's the father, again, you have respect and you have reverence for that. But again, your big brother who's actually doing the stuff, more times than not, that's the guy going to be who's going to be more influential. That's the guy who's going to be in your dorm talking to you about certain things and behaviors. And that's the guy you're going to be talking to on a regular, how is it that stuff works or whatnot. And he may be the one who invites you to the local mosque or whatever, or the church or whatever it is. I don't want to just make this nation specific.
Yeah. It's not nation specific.
Oh, you can bet your sweet ass it is.
But the difference is this. Young people don't really listen to Ben X like that, I don't think. Ben X is young. I think Ben X is younger than Rizla.
Yeah.
And he's Nation of Islam.
Right.
And if you talk about 89, not some black kids, teens, and whatever was wearing African medallions. Everybody was. I don't know where you could go and you didn't see. It was Pan-Africanism in 89.
Absolutely. 100%.
Heavy.
And a lot of that Pan-Africanism was spread through colleges and universities, HBCUs, and even PWIs that had a dominant, like Rutgers did back in the day. We had a dominant African-American base. Their Livingston College was made specifically for minorities, particularly African-Americans. So again, where a lot of that stuff dynamic spread, it was through your peers, not the 60-year-old professor or the old guy. Again, we had reverence for those guys.
Right.
But again, if I saw you in my class rocking this, where'd you get that? Boom, boom, boom. That is what's going to, that is what had influence.
I think we're going around in a circle on this one because listen, you could, because I think there's violent agreement. The point really is though that if you had reverence for some older guys, even if you had go-betweens, you still wouldn't mind listening from the source, right? So sometimes even if your young guys have the lieutenants in their midst as peers, every so often you want to be around the source. So I don't really buy the narrative. So it's all correct. Young people, if they're listening to their peers who are traveling with the message from the elders, right, passing it down, then a lot of those guys wouldn't reject actually hearing from the elders once in a while.
That's all.
Exactly.
So what I'm saying is, but that's not what's going on.
Exactly.
These guys, the guys who reject the elders, they ain't listening to the peers who are sending the message of the elders.
Exactly.
So we really, so we all kind of right a little bit, because I know with me, I understand that there's some things that I want to say to the young guys.
This is where I'm gonna agree with Uncle Jeff. That kind of right shit is the problem.
Right.
You got to pick a side.
Well, here's my thing. I'm not gonna stop talking to the young people, right? Because I'm older. If they don't listen to me, because I'm not gonna coddle them. I don't give a shit whether they can relate to me or not. If I'm telling them what I think is true and it is true, and they don't want to listen, that's on them. That's not on me. I'm not getting down in the hole with them.
Right.
But I'm gonna let you know. I said, you do that shit, you're gonna get fucked up. If you don't move, you're gonna get fucked up. If you don't do A, B, and C, you're gonna miss out on some of your blessings. And
That's all we asking for.
But that's my whole point. But here's the thing, though.
I need to
Hey,
run.
hey man, but thanks. Hey, Mr. Bennett,
Salute.
thanks for coming up, man.
Yes, sir. Uncle
And
Jeff.
love, Mr. Bennett.
Nothing
and
but respect for you, brother.
Yeah,
Always.
salute, brother.
Come at me as hard as you want. I'm good with you, bro.
love that,
And
young
the
man.
night,
Love, bro.
nice meeting you as well. I think this is the first time I've shared the platform with
Another
you.
dope dude.
Appreciate you. Always do.
Thank you, sir.
Guys, have a
Thank
great
you.
weekend. God bless.
You too.
Yep.
So the question I ask is this: how can we say that the system has held us back and we can't get over because of the system, and then we say ninjas ain't gonna make it? I believe, again, I could be wrong, that most brothers, regardless of what age, they want to be better than what they are. They want to be in a better state of mind. I believe that. But again, it's a lot of bad programming, and those minority voices have a stranglehold on our most dynamic generation. The
Coach
voices.
So I've talked to you enough times to understand the calm demeanor that you have, and I'm sure that wherever you were at, you had that same calm demeanor, and whoever you're with, I'm sure you had that same calm demeanor, and that's what you expect with the people that surround you. So anybody that has that chaotic mindset that is irrational or whatever else, I'm sure you don't bring into your circumference. No. So if that's the man that you are, that's the man that I am. And I just don't see a lot of me's.
But it ain't gonna be a lot of yous though. It ain't. I understand. See, I'm not trying to get, let's just say, I'm not trying to win people over to do it. But I'm saying, based on my experience in working with these young people, when they realize that the people give up on them, they start making those people victims. When those young minds are because our pain go get too old, where a younger dude go roll up on him and be like, "Listen, old man, you ain't helped me." You know, it's just like the Black Panther concept. It's, hey, listen, it seems bad, but then we can't say the system got us here. The system, because I believe that even guys here, despite those issues through the system, you still found a way, and there was little nuggets along that way to say, "Man, you can be better. You ain't got to be a victim of your life the whole life. It's somebody you give it." And I think brothers are starting to come to realization because they realize the women ain't gonna help, ain't on their side. They realizing that. So they're gonna have to sort of get the information. Like I said, in social services, if you got a 10% increase in improvement from your client, your ass is doing good. I would at least think we can improve 20%. In this modern time, all this new information,
we can have hope. Yes.
I just believe, you know, in my lifetime, maybe not, but hell, we all got younger men in our family, young women. Hell, they gonna live in. If you saying it's gonna be that bad, they gonna live in self-destruction, chaos amongst each other.
We live in it, so they're gonna go through it. But words have meanings, though, right?
Okay. Yeah.
So when we bring up the Panthers, we do have to acknowledge exactly what was going on with the Panthers, right? That was a communist group, right?
Yeah.
So one of the problems we have is we thinking there's somebody coming to save us. And as men, the most horrible thing you can say to a man is that somebody's finna come save you from winter. Because they're not. And you're going to wake up one day when you working your overtime job and you doing all this stuff to be this man that they tell you you're supposed to be, and you're going to be sad because ain't nobody coming to save you. And if you don't know that from the get-go, that you're going to have to really get it out of the mud, it's a disservice to tell them that it's going to be easy.
Yeah, and I gotta add, Ferg, do you consider yourself a Christian?
No.
Okay. Do you believe at all that the prophecy of the Book of Revelation mirrors what we're going through right now?
I wouldn't say 100%, but there's similarities. I would say
there's similarities. Yeah. Okay. Then is there any particular history or doctrine that you pull your wisdom from that doesn't say that we are about to go through a tribulation? Is there something? I want to know where it is you're getting this okay news for the future? Other than a belief or a desire, where is it? Because, and I'm only asking you this because everything I've ever read, to include my trip to Africa, to Egypt, to the pyramids of Giza, to include that, everything I've read points to now, points to right now, and the shit that's about to hit the fan. This is not some bad dream I had. So I'm trying to figure out if there's something maybe you've read, something other than a belief, something other than Great Pumpkinism that said,
that's a Great Pumpkin.
we are not going to go through this mass. Maybe the news doesn't point you in this direction like it points me. Maybe the weather doesn't. Maybe the history doesn't. But I'm trying to figure out where you're getting this optimism from other than what you want.
Because I don't believe that this is the exact time within those doctrines.
Yeah, I don't either.
We're not in that famine position. We still, like you say, even if people separate, there's still enough organization within that separation to build from there. So then you're going to have a whole another sector who's sort of in chaos, but there's still opportunity to have some form of constructive constructive community within that chaotic group, right? So I'm just saying it's not in. I'm not going to see it in my time. The hell with that.
Okay, there we go.
So if it happens, then it's going to come with the younger people who are not taking advantage of this open era of generation of information. If we had this information exposed to us 35, 40 years ago, and I believe most Gen Xers, we done kick the boomers and all them out the way. Like, get the hell out the way, y'all slowing us down.
So basically you're saying we're maybe a generation and a half off of what I'm talking
maybe, yeah, about another 200 years, I can see
okay,
it.
Another 200 years. Beautiful. I have earmarked this. I bookmarked this tab for this.
Yeah,
I cannot wait. Yeah. So you say it's going to be another 100. All righty.
I believe now. We good.
I believe we're going to have a different conversation by the fall.
I got some last words, because I think I heard this over here one day when I popped over here. The TV show is called Yellowstone.
Right.
Yellowstone has a prequel called 1923.
That's right.
Then it has a pre-prequel called 1883. Right. 1883 is when the Native Americans was there. 1923 is when they took the Yellowstone. That's the show with Harrison Ford. Then Yellowstone is Kevin Costner.
Yeah.
Right.
So what we understand is in 1923 we had the Black Plague. We had people trying to settle, and the Native Americans were scalping them and knocking them off over and over again until they kept sending troops out and whatever else. So when people say these times are bad, they're not as bad as 1923. And those people have 100-year plans. So it could seem kind of bad now. I just don't think that, because I used to think this when in 88, 89, when I was young, that, oh yeah, these are the last days. Because people kept saying, the rappers were saying the last days. Everybody kept saying the last days. The book says you won't know. The book said there will be wars and talks of wars and all this other stuff and plagues. Well, that was in 1923. It was wars and talks of wars and plagues and all that other stuff. And back then, people had kerosene lamps inside their houses, and the kerosene was making them sick. They was bloodletting. They had hysteria witches. They was boiling women because they was on a period. So these times may seem crazy, but I don't know that this is really the end. Okay. I do think that man's hand will be behind anything crazy that you see, because we don't know what Elon gonna do. We do know that they have nanotechnology, and some of the drones look like flies.
Okay, so you're leaning more towards what Coach I'm taking my bets now. So you're leaning you're leaning toward what Coach Ferg is saying.
Yeah, we're gonna see it
it's way off. Okay,
we're gonna see our old age.
Okay, wait a minute.
No, Jeff. What I'm saying is that I think that man is going to do something before what you're saying happened. It's got to get worse than this.
Okay.
Because people are saying this is bad now. I don't think this is so. Jeff, I haven't walked outside of a house in 5 years. I bought my house in my living room laying down. I went to a motel room for 1 month and moved into a duplex, and I haven't been out of the duplex. They did reconstruction and everything else. I don't have to move. That's how cushy things are now. When people try to tell me this is as bad as the 80s, maybe it's getting there, but not yet.
Okay. So I'm gonna need a number for you for all of this. I'm saying we're gonna be having a whole different conversation. Now, and again, this is an individual, and I invite you again, drop the needle 10, 12 years ago with what I was discussing would happen about now.
Yes,
I'm saying that, and
I think they want another baby boom, Jeff, and they socially engineering that to happen because
they got to change the laws though. They still got to change the laws for that to happen.
They're doing it right now.
Well, we got to see more evidence of it. They got to get rid of no fault divorce.
Can I get this? Okay.
Yeah.
Coach Ferg says we're about a generation and a half off. What say you, Nidus? How far are we from what I'm talking about?
A generation is what, 10 years, right?
20. Usually the 20.
About, 20, 30.
20. You got to birth and then start fucking. That's a generation. That's around 20.
Yeah, I think we got a little bit more time than that. I think we got more than 20 years.
You think got more than 20 years? Absolutely. Yeah. I think the shit is going to hit the fan before fall. All right. So
no, Jeff. I agree with you. Some shit is about to hit the fan with this administration. I agree with that wholeheartedly. The shit that's going to hit the fan though is to try to force another baby boom because they got to pay for some of this shit that they did in the middle of that plan thing. They got to get some of that money back. So they need new life to pay for this Social Security if we gonna have it. Now the boomers, I think they are gonna live the longest. These motherfuckers just won't go.
Listen, man, that's some crazy shit. This really, I like this. So Sway was up here, right? And we had this kind of conversation about the boomers. I said, well, Sway, what do you want us to do? I want y'all to die. He said that shit with a calm face. He said, well, we want y'all to die. I thought that shit was so funny.
Because that's going to be the largest, our pain, that's going to be the largest wealth transfer right there.
I know that's what I'm saying.
And the largest sloughing off of the we shall overcome thinking. Yeah. I can't wait till these integrating ass niggas die. All you niggas that fought for us to ride the front of somebody else's bus when you owned your own.
All of the black excellence left, Jeff. The Negro. Listen, I was saying to somebody the other day, the original Globetrotters could beat any professional basketball team. The original Negro League baseball team. Satchel Paige was an old man when he came into a Major League Baseball, and he will whoop their ass by himself. So the true black excellence was then.
But
basketball, baseball, whatever.
And I said it all the time. It changed, man, during that feminist run, man. That changed a lot of the game, man. We were still holding together a lot, and we still had wealth.
Right.
We still had wealth. We still had community. You could still get in trouble by the old lady 8 houses down from your mom's house.
Bro. That's the
and guess what? Mom, I'm not saying there still was some single mothers on that block. There still was some single mothers. So again,
well, we gotta let this boomer go to sleep, Ferg. We gotta let this boomer.
No.
Let this boomer get some good rest.
Well, first of all, don't even try because I'm enjoying the conversation. I'm just quiet because I want you guys to cook. I'm just trying to be a good host.
Listen, I'm a middle Gen Xer, man. In '86, I was coming out of high school. I saw the devastation coming full throttle, and like a lot of brothers I saw. And I grew up in Louisville, Kentucky, man, a slave state at the heart of the whole thing. They used to have them. It's a whole setup downtown where they used to house them at. But what I'm saying is we saw that And a lot of guys my age now, whether they went to college, military, or whatever, a lot of these guys are starting to retire. A lot of these guys have put families and children. We were the baby daddy generation.
Right.
They was,
But
you know
are
what I'm
you
saying?
but Ferg, are you conscious of the fact of what you saw was socially engineered?
Yes,
It
that's
was
the thing. We understood that. And guess what? We endured that, which was a lot less than my ancestors of the 50s and 60s, this whole Jim Crow. What we had was pillows. What they have today, they got the whole fucking bed, they got a nightstand, they got it all right there, and they are not seizing the
But
moment.
is one of the are you telling these young people, since now you consider the fact that that was socially engineered, that this is socially engineered? They want you, young man, black man, and specifically since we all up here black, they want you to be impulsive and have your mama's mind.
Oh yeah,
And that's going to be the destruction of you because you don't have self-control and you don't have a day planner or a year planner or a 5-year plan or a 10-year plan. Are you telling them that they need to have dreams and plans that they need to have set forward to?
Brother, this is what I retired doing, and that was my biggest message. That's why, Jeff, when you talk about Damien, listen, shout out to Orr High School, Douglas, Crane, Bogan High School, O'Keefe Elementary, Robeson, France. Those were all of my stomping grounds where I started to see this dynamic of that when young people coming from the worst conditions, when they get somebody to say, man, despite this, you can still do it. I've seen it. I've seen guys' fathers telling them that they waiting on them to come to prison. But once they realize that I'm not gonna see,
them niggas is losers.
But what I'm saying is, this same kid, he didn't know where his mother was. This same kid ended up in 2 years having $200,000 worth of scholarships. He went to college. He ran across. He did. And guess what he's doing? He's doing the same thing. And I'm telling you, when I did, and it was just me, because I could bear the brunt of the initial attack. They don't know me. They don't trust me. What you talking about? You don't know. You over here with us. Yes, because I'm here to teach you. And if you don't seize this moment, I'm not saying, and I used to let them know, it's 10 of y'all. They already got it written that only 3 of y'all gonna make it. I don't know which 3 it's gonna be, but you make that decision based off the information from today, how you're going to process it going forward in life. You're going to have certain
they know about the lottery effect?
They know about it. Not everybody's teaching them from
the lottery effect is like football players and rappers and whatever else. You get a flood of money in the beginning. You don't respect the money because it was given to you so easily. And you don't know how to maintain the money. So when you start talking about the lottery effect, maybe you need to get them to look at some of them old clips with Bobby Glanton and Zoe and Jeff and Corey and all of them. Because what happens is when you get all that money, you live in that lifestyle. So we watch it on MTV Cribs. But they get their money and they don't understand that this large sum of money they get is really just a loan.
He's not talking about money.
Everything,
he's not talking about money.
Everything that you're saying, right, is exactly the approach that brothers who have that can utilize when they go into these spaces where brothers are sitting around like life ain't shit, but this ain't what I want. When I used to sit them in circles, I used to have these conversations and come to realize they don't want that shit. They just understand but I don't know how. So that's just like in the military. They don't give a damn where you come from. They're going to break it down and they're going to show you exactly how to do it with a little bit of encouragement, with a little bit of stress, with a little bit of thinking. It's a whole mixture of it. That approach for me, that's because I've been coaching. So I'm not trying to have a losing team. So as you under me, I have to give you the best information, regardless of my feelings, because I don't bring feelings into shit when it comes to black folk or people in general. I leave my feelings out of it because I've had LGBTQ students. I've let them know, listen, you live this lifestyle, it's going to be a lot worse for you. You're going to be stuck in a box living this lifestyle. You ain't going to see no, you know what I'm saying? So it's just a message that they don't get until it's too late. So I'm just saying, listen, I don't expect to save everybody. When I used to look at my numbers, I had like 60, average about 60 guys during the school year. Every year about 60 guys. And then the summer I used to have convicted felons ages 18 to 24. At least 100 guys in each session, and we're sitting down, and they're saying, and they coming at me with all these, with all these questions, with all these assumptions, things they heard, things they've experienced. But after the continuous conversation that they can mull it out and figure it out themselves, because a lot of times when they realize they have the similar life, they can talk each other through that process. I'm just saying those spaces are not provided for the younger man. So as they get into their 20s and 30s in relationships, they can have a better understanding of how to choose the good woman, because a lot of the bad women they choose, they, like Jeff said, you can just go look at their mama and that's the type of woman that he gonna choose, but that's not gonna benefit him. So in this going forward, everybody's supposed to be smarter and everybody's wanting the bag, then you have to make better decisions than me, better than the guys that could be your father, your uncles. You see the bullshit. And a lot of that comes for their bad decisions, but since the kids are supposed to be smarter, which I don't believe so, you have to be willing to, especially a brother, you got to be willing to put yourself in those positions. And if you don't, guess what? You can get caught up in the wrath. And the wrath, I can't tell you how bad it could be, but we see what happened to us when we choose.
Our opinion, I don't want to hold you on no longer. I'm gonna have to agree with Uncle Jeff that I think that Coach Ferg, and I love him, is got that mental illness of the stepdaddies.
But I had enough wherewithal to know that I'm not choosing a stepmama. I'm not choosing that type of woman. You know what I'm saying?
Listen, gentlemen, I mean, if y'all want to go around, last words, Nightus, you got some last
No,
words?
I'm done. I'm done.
How about you,
Coach Ferg? I love you, Coach.
You got some last words, Uncle Jeff? Hey, this has been good. You know what? Before you go, what I liked was Jeff finally got Ferg to kind of say where he was coming from, because he just didn't like the immediate destruction that Jeff sounds like he's talking about. He's talking about that. So that's the meaning of the minds to me, whether we agree or not. Sure. Same thing with you. I mean, I thought that was pretty good, but so we mind that out. But go ahead, Jeff. What you got, man? What you got?
I just put something in the back chat for y'all. That is another place that Black people are losing their grip.
Right. Anybody go back there and check it out.
Yeah.
If you
and I do agree with Uncle Jeff that the herd is going to be thin, but it's been being thinned.
This clip I left is of, and I'm seeing more and more of it, the funkiest R&B and jazz fusion music being played by people that don't look like you.
That's not new.
No. This is Nightus.
No, it's not. What's that white boy name? Well, he went and lived with John Lee Hooker before John Lee Hooker died. The Red Hot Chili Peppers went and lived with George Clinton. The Beatles went and lived with Little Richard.
The Rolling Stones came here not to play rock and roll. They wanted to play blues with Muddy Waters. That's not what I'm discussing.
But what I'm saying though is that white folks have always adopted the things that we left for dead. We gave up on the blues.
Yeah, but let him finish saying what he got to say, because
I'd really like to.
No, let him finish saying what he got.
If you look at this clip,
I looked at it.
You are looking at young white boys doing what young Black boys are not. That's what I'm saying. I am saying that in droves, you don't have Marcus Millers. You don't have in droves jazz art. Yeah, sure, you can find Snarky Puppy. Sure, you can find Ohaney Savant. You can find them. But for the most part, in 20 years, white folks gonna say they did this music because our young kids are not. That's what I'm saying. The music that has been taken out of our schools has been put in theirs. And in fine white fashion, unlike when the Rolling Stones chased Muddy Waters, unlike the love the Beatles had for Black music, because that's all it is. Listen to Quincy Jones chew their ass up about how they were horrible musicians. Now, unlike the Red Hot Chili Peppers living with George Clinton. Now, Our kids are sampling and their children are playing.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
All I'm saying, brother, is we constantly do that because the people that hate us the most look just like us.
I don't disagree with that. But hey, listen, you know what's funny though? We're talking about that music, and you know, my daughter plays the guitar, the bass, and all that, first chair, and all that kind of stuff. And all her bands were just full with mostly white people she was playing.
Well, wait. I've been trying to walk away, but see, our pain as a boomer keeps saying this stuff. We know the bourgeoisie keeps maintaining. I'm sure they take etiquette classes. I'm sure that y'all Jack and Jill. I'm sure that they do ballet.
You're going too far. No, I'm just saying. She when Guitar Hero was out, that's her age. I gave her a guitar at 9 years old, and she never put it down. And that's all I'm saying. But when I found her a teacher and all that kind of stuff, we just kind of clung on to what I say. Listen, here's one of the things about you people who hate baby boomers. I agree. Wait, hold on. We fucked up a lot. However, the one thing y'all don't give us credit for, we still anchored families in the Black community today.
We give you credit for
baby
that.
boomers weren't here.
Okay.
Yeah, that's it. We anchored a lot of families.
A yes and R-Pain. Daddy, I want to get that guitar and get your little ass in this car. We going to guitar lessons. That is all. There was somebody doing that.
That's right.
But
There's
again,
nobody doing that right now.
I agree with that.
But here's the equalizer you talking about, brother Jeff, is the father. If the father was given the ability to be an active participant in the young man and young woman's life, we would get more results like what you're talking about.
What you mean by giving
what I'm saying, because by default, it's almost like if they're not married.
Get him, R-Pain.
If they're not married, most of our children are being from unmarried homes. So the father and mother are separated. Yeah. Mothers ain't taking their kids to these practices.
Uncle Jeff is agreeing with you there, Ferg, but y'all got to pay attention to R-Pain. I keep trying to help y'all out. That man is a fucking boomer.
I know. And
so during that generation, during that generation, they were still getting married. Yeah. R-Pain, if you ever watched the Cosby Show, that was R-Pain with Cosby Daddy coming over there playing jazz music and shit and talking about Thelonious Monk and all of that. So I don't know why he keep trying to compare himself to now. He's shitting on us up here slowly.
No. Anyway, man, listen, man, don't I'm gonna just cut the show off. You keep fucking with me. Yeah, but no, man, this is a good conversation, gentlemen. Anything else? I appreciate that, but I got that clip though, Uncle Jeff. You're right though. I see it.
Yeah, you got them all.
Anyway, if anybody don't have nothing else, man, we're gonna end the show tonight, man.
Great show, fellas.
This was a pretty good show, man. It was great, man. Everybody in the chat.
You fine, fellas.
Hey, listen, we'll see you again. And Monday, my show is we got a show on Sunday, the Gray Area, here with Mr. Bennett. On Monday, I got a show coming up. It's titled "Black Folks Need to Stop Being Useful Idiots to the Democrat." That's so I'm a
topic.
Huh?
Great
topic.
Yeah, so I'm gonna be talking about that on Monday. So I'm putting some stuff together, and any brain trust that could come out here and like put a bow around some of that, because we got a lot of black useful idiots out there talking, man, and it's hurting us big time. Anyway, I'll talk to y'all later, man.
Thank you, R-Pain.
Thanks a lot, gentlemen.
Peace.